My desk is messy as fuck, and yet we persevere. I don't know. I've been like modifying things for a little bit. I hadn't been able to raise it to standing mode because uh, when I got a new monitor, I had to redo cables, and then it wasn't long enough to reach the from the monitor, third monitor to the PC in standing mode. So then I had to kind of redo a lot of things, but we're standing now. And now my desk is messy, but we are here. Hey, hey. How's you going? I hope y'all are well. Hi, Sophie. I know, yeah, I know you're... You might be gone now, because I know you're avoiding the spoilers. But I hope you're doing well. Anyone else who might be lurking, I hope y'all are well. I hope the weekend has been good. It's been a very... I'm trying to think. It's been... I've been having a good weekend. I know that. It's been good. It's been pretty chill, pretty lax. Just playing video game and slowly working on things, stuff and things and all of that. Very nice. So, which I'd be down to talk about more when we're not playing big story game. But today's of the devil. I'm so excited because it got also, you know, sorry if my voice my voice is gonna wake it up. So apologies. Got us. I got my water. Okay. Yeah. My voice is still waking up a little bit, so apologies, but I'm hoping making silly voices will help. Yeah. I am ready to go because the story got kind of insane and everything. Let me I'll start the game and I'll kind of recap where we're at and all that stuff. I like the achievement that I got last time. The card explains the card. Great name. And I gotta check the audio because it seemed really low this morning, but I'm not sure if that's just me. A little bit. Way up here. Okay. Should be good. Alright. Well, here we go. So, I'm trying to think of everything that happened last time. Sorry, oh my god. So last time was the first, like, legitimate foray into the court. I remember that. A lot of back and forth. A lot of Morgan having to talk around the fact that she was definitely there that night. That she knows more than she can let on. Because, since she was the one that was killing, that did most of the kills, but she was able to do a lot to avoid, how do I say, she was able to do a lot to avoid incriminating herself and still note that something was wrong. We talked to the victim's a police partner, I guess, who was very weird about things. We learned that our victim was actually pretty intentionally working with the Blue Bloods, one of the gangs. And then everything went fucking insane when they were trying to make the claims of of our client being the Hound of Icaria, which he is, but that's not relevant to the problem at hand, hopefully. And then some random ass guy, literally did finger gun and tried to kill Suzuki, and then we're here now. I think we're back in the court. I think we're starting again in the court. It's crazy, but okay. But yeah, so a lot happened, and I'm very scared. I'm very nervous. What's happening? What the fuck? Sorry. Big coffee sip. I'm just having my coffee today, so. Here we go. Alright. That should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said? You didn't say anything yesterday about what the Hound of Icaria really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. Hey, Holly. How are you? Oh, right. Yeah, there are new plushes. I forgot. That was the thing. I forgot to mention. I didn't actually mention that. But yeah, I added some more. So we got Lil Sif now. And among others. But I hope you're doing well, Holly. That was a lucky shot. From across the room with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. I know. I'm agreeing with you. Though it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. But you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. Helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Preston had been in the courtroom all day. How long had he waited to take a shot? Holly perseveres. We love it when Holly perseveres. Let's fucking go. Good stuff. There. Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back. Nosebleed, flushed extremities. He was high as a drone. Probably hexphenolin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metahex. Nirvana? One sec. Alright, I forgot I can just do that. The party joke that college kids are huffing. It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party, in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Screenshot? No, sure. But at higher doses? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. Knocked over some bicycles, so I cut into the rack, hoping he'd sober up within the hour and I can move on. Took a phone call. When I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. Jesus Christ. He broke 4 teeth, and he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ugh. But anecdotes are cheap, and one bad trip will hardly slow the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? Think they're gonna legalize it? Then the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly? Up in smoke. Farmer Megs and dispensaries of the world will step in to reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. Great tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Sinus? Yep. Some of them even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So, if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition and name recognition and locale and real estate and basically they can't afford it. buy-in's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Ikaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions. Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in court about Prop 492. You really buy that? Tarek Chopin working with Blue Bloods? It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. But that might explain why it ended the way it did. True. Orange. So, what was the verdict? The verdict is only handed down after the jury's finished deliberating. That may take... The show must go on. The shooter? Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. Right, I guess that was... I was like, is he gonna show up on this day? But no, he's actually dead. He was some blue blood muscle named Brisson. Ring a bell? As I've said, all these blue bloods are LA. He tried to shoot you, Suzuki. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that. Honestly real at this point. I've never met him, never heard of him. That's the truth. But the Brisson family is known to be enforcers for blue blood leadership. So it's the old guard who wants you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy? Can you tell me Creek was a young blood? Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Suzuki. Who doesn't hate your ass? I need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of that adjutant's mouth. Who doesn't hate your hot ass? It might be starting to sink in. Suzuki, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the blue blood shit list? Is it because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about what happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were gonna work out a deal for the Ikari network to distribute a blue blood product. Why would we want the basement cooked swill the blue bloods make in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana is legalized. Yes, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting. Yes. Good morning, Morgan. There was a meeting last year. Yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss the deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows, and I stepped in front of a blade for Mikoto. Oh. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Mikoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident. The hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Mikoto full-time. Oh. Isn't that a great honor, guarding the heir to the headship? Of course it is. Then why do you sound like that? You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it. So your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world. It's not unheard of. So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later? I don't know. Oh. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard. Damn. Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Are we actually like out of court now? Or here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's a quiet spot to read. Yeah, it is a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, they can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Oh. Join your club so I won't get evicted. Isn't that like blackmail counselor? Oh my god, so was she already doing that? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. Need to add our phone numbers too? I don't actually care. Shit, even back then she was trying to do weird or do blackmail shit. Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast, and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you, and I could swear you were just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. Damn. I had been bothering Suzuki, I think. Pestering him about catching bullets. If you were bothering Sasuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, and I can see fast. Sasuke was the one who acted while I just... Sasuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to... David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? Yo, tall Sarah, tall daughter. I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom. When Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I am still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until... I'm not thinking about his motive. I am thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. Yes, I forget that includes the extraordinary too. Sorry, oh my god. You've seen violence like that before then? Yeah. Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age? Most lawyers? Probably a safe bet. I wonder how. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. Emma. I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. um, um, I'm gonna have a sip really quick. Arashai. Arashai. Irashai. To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? Yeah, John Viotti's back. Let's go. One's Sarah. Who's the other? God. figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? Just got this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Sarah. Savory and full with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described a tree. Down to the dirt. Damn. Yummy, yummy tree, yummy, yummy. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underage. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Rashai? God damn it. 2 waters coming right up. Sarah. Baby. Baby. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell you whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. I was starting to wonder about that last time. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why why the house would go to such lengths. Sorry, oh my god. To let the victims know who attacked them. These new ability types, their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and back side to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of the Neobility pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs is a viable strategy. They know they are outclassed in terms of how many mountains of gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. All he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a poisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills the target behind closed doors, their house could just bring out a spare. Or, hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rivals can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the Neobility, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby kid. Aw. Wouldn't know it looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. I'd try it if they described it as I don't know. It sounded good. Beyond the meme of he just described a tree. It did sound good. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me. A blue blood assassin trying to mist him mid-trial. I don't get it either. But the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. This was before the Icaria cut them down. Stock tips. Smiles. I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the Blue Bloods were the biggest game in town. The rest weren't even a twinkle in some psychopunk's eye back then, and the Icaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The Blue Bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Would be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if... If what? If the Icaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? Morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. When you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assumed it happened for a reason. They thought that the Blue Bloods deserved it just because it happened to them? All that was left were the old-timers, the grandparents, and the great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade. found family that became the first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human. Uh-oh. Some of it. Cash, the gold, the jewels, the Icaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA? Right, that was, yeah, because it was like blood locks, or whatever, however you say it. Getting butchered by the Icaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back into the fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Damn. Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing on the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch, crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a Little Lord? That's another one. Or that's another one. You spin on one of the oldest tales in the book, A Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Oh shit, I wonder who that's gonna end up being. Got spirited away overseas or out west to be raised in secret, and one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing you've heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Old guard certainly seem to think so. Need to think so. It's probably what's keeping him alive. If they can just hold on another 5 years, they'll finally find the heir they've been looking for. They can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngblood start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. Wrong? Anyway. The original full expression is thought to be, the blood of the covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Base daughter, let's fucking go. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. I mean, they amputated it to fit their purposes. Still, this is, sorry, I'm over speaking on that. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant if you prefer, that we're talking about. Young bloods give their life to the mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid, only valuable for his DNA, decided to show up after all these years. That, yeah. You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with their little lord? I know it. So did the young bloods. I see. That doesn't seem to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tarek Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense. Tarek Chop? You mean the son of the city councilman? Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all their records. What was this one about? Safety of individuals that income above the... Oh, right. Okay. Yeah, that fucking... Protect the millionaires. Yeah, that's great. Cool. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? I want to know about his adoption. His fathers adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to Gospel Home Orphanages, a private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt. Damn it. They just gotten swallowed. The parent company might have kept their records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it. Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo op that good pass them by. Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and no, a child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this. I was like honestly like, oh god, they're making me pick like the correct answer for some reason. I'm like, oh, okay, let me take a sip of coffee and then I'll pick the next one. Actually, give me like 2 seconds. I need to blow my nose also. Sorry. Okay, sorry. It's one of those like, you know, like the morning sinuses or whatever the fuck. And it's still cold here, so that's not helping. But thank you. Okay, I'm back. Where's my mouse? Okay, age. How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but the entry has been edited a number of times. What? There has been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. What? It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell. Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then. Oh. That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? Yeah, I'm actually kinda confused. The governments of the world were scrambling. Oh. Fair. What was his education? Tarek Chopin had a law degree. Who gets a law degree and then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician? It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, that'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime. London did mention he was far too principled to be likable. Or reliable. Damn. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And it probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. Like, I could think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tarek Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is... Wait, you really think... You think Chopin was the Little Lord? You're the last person I'd expect to believe in fairy tales, Red. Can you honestly say it doesn't fit? It is... I was starting to wonder if that's kind of like... If they were getting to like either Tarek Chopin or like the police part or something like that was like the Little Lord. Yeah, okay. So we are doing this. If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsukinokos are real, I think that's how you say that. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong. What do you mean? Tsukinokos are very well documented. I can show you. Then, yeah. No, Sarah. Oh, baby. Then, yeah, it's possible that Chopin was the Little Lord. And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them. 3 thoughts come to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted. They would have had to have seen something of that at least suggested it. 2. As I recall, the only young blood you know of is this Creek guy. And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building. Clears his name pretty handily. The only young blood I know. Is that right? Yeah, I was like, wait. 3. I can think of at least one other group that'd kill to prevent the Little Lord from reclaiming his throne. House Ikaria. And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook? And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sasuke in a courtroom. Unfortunately. Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sasuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did. Yeah. Hey Sarah, get some footage of me making this next one from over there in the corner. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever, that kind of thing. Where it's kind of cheap and fake, but like you're in on the joke and it's not pretending to be genuine. What the hell? Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, A video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross post or whatever. Oh my god, that's too real right now. I've been learning so much. Obviously, you know, I'm not very I guess I don't care that much about how I you know, spread myself across the internet. I'm not very keen on the algorithm or whatever, but I have been learning about it a lot recently to help like other people or see what I can do for other people. And god, yeah. That's too real right now. Does it have to be that corner? The lighting will be bad. Any corner. Just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it... Sarah, shut up. Wouldn't it be better framed if... It'll look like a shaky cam. Found footage. It's more legit that way. Sarah, daughter, please stop. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the treat. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Y'all, look at look at him. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Kick it under the... Aww. Kick it under the fridge. Oh my god. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floor. No. Oh god. Sarah, oh no. Half a lime juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes a tart. Now you're the lawyer. You're the lawyer, and you got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case, put it in a bowl in the fridge. Seems to me like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Orgeet, if a customer says they prefer simple syrup, you let me know and we won't serve them anymore. Aw, you need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Suzuki. I told you, they kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Oh, I actually hadn't thought about that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. But her mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building can easily become I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get to me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might be the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish with charred cinnamon for smoky ambience. Serve immediately. Oh, thank you. That looks really good. A bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing, no? Want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. Nobody even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. Won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. What's up? Get all that, Sarah? Yes, boss. Oh no. Real. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... One last thing. Apparently, Sasuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. The little lord's an urban legend. Huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orcas shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go off and piss by themselves. Right, so they're bullshit. I got the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Oh. Pardon? Huntsman. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said they're boogeymen. Yeah, the fact they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin? Like Preston, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night on your way home from work, go to sleep, wake up at night to a man wearing your own face, choking the life out of you. while he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. Jesus. But like I said, they're all overseas in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case or a weapon only they could take full advantage of. The mask. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Suzuki. Why? So Suzuki can start writing his will? I wouldn't bet against him, so long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are myths, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Down. Jesus, Morgan. God. Oh, wait, let me get a sip. Oh, wait, no, actually, yeah, hold on. Oh, right. I actually need a recommendation from you. What, kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? What? What the fuck? Okay, I'm gonna take a sip. What do you even mean, Morgan? Miss Morgan, what? What the hell is that supposed to mean? Just what I said. You can't enter the crime scene until you pass our security clearances. You've gotta be. You're a drug-pushing lowlife. Why would I need your permission to go anywhere? I take offense to that. I've never worked in pharma. Not the time to be a smartass. Reyes, it'll only take 30 seconds. You're serious? This is reality? City's expecting blue bloods to keep a crime safe secure? They're the ones committing the goddamn crimes. Hey, if that's your criteria, half the police force should be disqualified. Hell yeah. Or is excessive force not a real crime? Our battered spouses not real victims? Hell yeah. Tell him. Guess assault's only assault when it's a real person on the receiving end. Cyanus is legitimate, Reyes. All the paperwork's in order and signed by our bosses. These idiots are walking around here barehanded and knocking shit over and leaving trash all over the goddamn place. Should we give them badges while we're at it? Let them investigate crimes too? We already investigate crimes. Do you have any idea how many missing teens there are in the lower wards? No, because we find them, because we actually give a shit about the people who live down here. Oh, and I'm sure your prices are very generous. Better their parents get a bill from us than a letter of condolences from you. So sorry, ma'am, but he looked suspicious as he was running away. Not helping. Reyes, let's calm down. And sorry that I'm not calm when we got actual orcas stomping all over the scene where a cop was murdered. Last I counted, there were 5 bodies upstairs. Are both your eyes broken? Or do you just not recognize anyone without a badge as human? Oh no. Perhaps we've come at a bad time. Nothing for it. Gotta strike while the iron's hot. The iron seems very hot in this instance, Adonai. Sorry to interrupt, folks. Don't mind me. I'll just go take another look upstairs. Now you. Hey, why not? You nearly died once already today. Why not let these orcas give you the tour? Was that you giving me permission? No. You and London should both be at a goddamn hospital or whatever, getting debriefed. She doesn't need your permission. She has mine. Ma'am, you can go right ahead upstairs. Talk me over again and I'll break your finger. Reyes, Jesus. Is that ad recording right now? That sounded like a threat. You want to hear a threat? Oh, clearly this isn't gonna work. So Han, why don't you head upstairs and wait for Morgan? I don't take orders from you. Who do you take orders from? Want me to give him a call? Let him know you're going around kicking hornets' nests and scratching your head over why everyone's getting stung? Whatever. You think you can just walk away after the shit you said? Turn around and take a walk, sunshine. London, if you think for even one... I'm not kidding, Farah. Take a walk. Fuck yeah. Forget it. You can go to hell for. You can all go to hell for all I care. Jesus. Oh, for. No, not you. God's sake. Sorry about the bad timing. No, that was gonna blow up no matter what. Jesus Christ, Reyes. Oh my god. The example of when you commit too hard to the system. Situations like this require compromise, and Reyes is uncompromising. At least you're around to balance her out. You might be the most compromised cop I've ever met. That was not a very nice thing to say. And and it shows that you haven't met that many cops. I'm surprised you're still welcome around here after what happened in the courtroom. Oh, Bresson? The Blue Bloods are a big organization, and Bresson was pretty firmly on the other side. Gals like Han who work in the gray areas might as well live in a different world. If you say so. I just didn't think the Mafia would allow the death of one of their own to go unanswered. They sent him to a courtroom packed with police with a modded arm that only had one shot. I don't think they're surprised he didn't make it back. Will Detective Reyes be alright? She seemed angry. More so than usual. Yeah, she'll be alright. Blowing up, yelling, cursing. That's nothing. Practically healthy. It's the ones who go quiet you gotta worry about. Oh. What brings you back here anyway? We're pursuing leads. Sounds serious. Anyone go digging into Chopin after my implications earlier today? Lady Rockford will probably take it seriously, if only to cross it off the list. But other than her, I think you mostly just piss people off. Lucky for you, I was able to convince some techs to confirm your soundproof windows theory, but all the windows and doors are all effectively soundproof when closed. Okay, cool. Don't expect to be welcome back at City Hall anytime soon. Hadn't counted on it. Whatever else he's innocent of, Chopin did get here before anyone else, and no one knows how. Look, if he really did get some kind of coded message or secret text, there's no trace of it in any comm logs on his personal devices. And it didn't come from any of the tech we've examined on site. Have you found any secret passages on the premises? Afraid not, little lady. Oh, but maybe you'll have better luck than me. Secret passages in what world? Was that your whole story back in the courtroom? You and Reyes happened to be in the area? If you don't want to take my word for it, Reyes will tell you the same thing. It doesn't seem like she'd want to talk to Adonai at the moment. I mean, fair. Can you tell me exactly what you two saw when you arrived? The 10999 went out at around 10:15 p.m., telling us that Chopin's heart had stopped. So we dashed across the street to an elevator. We were descending at 10:17 p.m. when Rogers reported that he was dead. At 10:21 p.m., we approached from the front of the building, saw the door ajar, lock blown in. Then Sunshine and I started clearing the first floor. You didn't hurry up to the third floor where the dead cop was? Like I testified, Chopin had flatlined and his own partner had confirmed it was no false alarm. We both knew we couldn't do anything for him. Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so SOP is we focus on securing the area and clearing the premises. How level-headed. So the officer Rogers we saw in court today really did take Suzuki down all by himself? Yeah, charged in and pistol whipped him right on the head. I assume that you found that the first floor was in fact clear. Yeah, all these vaults were empty. You didn't wait for Sinus to show up with the spare keys? Surprised you didn't throw your back out kicking down doors. Sunshine helped. Besides, they weren't all locked. Oh, they weren't? Yeah, I remember that. That one right there was unlocked. Room 107. See. Okay. I see the ad break is starting, or is about to start. So I think I wasn't sure how much longer if we get to a better, like, kind of point to chill for a second, but I'm gonna use it right now to do that. So we're gonna take a break. Here and there. I need to use the restroom also. So, take care of yourselves. Food, water, med stretch, bathroom. Be right back. There's one like one song I'm trying to find. There it is. Okay, cool. Be right back. It's bow down over dweller. Get it right. Hi, Vacha. I hope you're doing well. Welcome, Ian. Good orbs. Yeah. And I'm back. I'm ready to keep going. Bow down over... No, it's Bawa Dawa. Oh, okay. I feel like that's going to be harder for me to say than bow down over dollar at the speed you're supposed to say it. I guess it's not that hard actually. Never mind. But I still like bow down over dollar. Bow down over dollar. Okay. Okay, I'm back. So we found vault door. The vault door TM. Okay. Nothing inside there either, though. Guess the Blue Bloods missed the lock on the nightly roundup or something. Sinus has unlocked every door in the building at this point. But when I first walked down this hall and when I walked out the front door later... One sec. Oh, okay. How did this hall look then? If you do manage to find some kind of silent alarm, I'll be impressed. If you prove that Chopin was dirty, I'll be floored. Mostly listening while I basically nap. Oh, okay. Yeah, no worries. I'm glad I can be your background noise while you nap. I hope you're getting good rest, homie. But even then, how the hell are you gonna convince a jury that anyone other than Suzuki killed him? It'll be difficult without accounting for the 4 dead Blue Bloods as well. But if you take it all in as one set, it starts seeming plausible as an internal issue, don't you think? What do you want to pitch this as the young Bloods and the old guard going at it? Over what? The juicy bait that Chopin literally died over? Proposition 492. But what's there to disagree about? That project would put money in everyone's pockets. If my theory's correct and Chopin was killed because the young bloods didn't want the old guard abandoning them, the old guard have always hedged their bets on the little lord returning. Does that mean the Red Ink plans to profit off of Prop 492, or a Youngblood conspiracy? Those papers were tucked inside Creek's safe before I arrived. Well, good hunting. You won't be joining us? Not this time. I gotta go pump the brakes on Sunshine before she finds a bar. Try not to piss off the Blue Bloods with any more wild accusations while I'm gone. I would never. Take care. And that goes doubly for you, Sparky. Sparky. What does Sparky mean, by the way? It's a nickname, because you're so bright. Aww. Aww, baby. A nickname. But I guess people are always calling you ads whatever they like, huh? Sorry, I should have asked first. What do you mean? I'll just call you Sarah. But it's my nickname. You gave it to me. You can't just take it back. Well, okay then, Sparky. She's like, yeah, you better fucking call me that. Oh, baby. The hell? Did you hate Spearmint that much? I would never want to seem ungrateful. Oh, baby. Yes, be defiant about your nicknames, daughter. Yes. Seems like the smell's starting to fade. Oh, let me actually save real quick. I haven't saved yet today. I should. Barely even the memory of blood, now that so many feet have trodden through here. Nothing lasts forever. Miss Han? What? No, I already called you this morning. No, they're not. No, they're not. You're being paranoid. Yes, I'm sure. Yes, I'll call you tonight. Bye. Didn't mean to interrupt another lover's quarrel. What? Oh, no, that was... Dementia meds aren't working. I get confused this time of day. Oh. Sorry. Forget it. That's what I'm gonna do. Just gonna turn my phone off for a minute and forget. Aw. Cute Android, by the way. Oh. So what's up? There's a couple ways of going about this, but none of them are surefire. Might as well start up big and see if there's anything to this theory. Do the Blue Bloods use silent alarms? Yeah, of course. Thank you for telling us. Sure. I'm actually going to need a bit more than that, Miss Han. It's just Han. Did Creek have a silent alarm? She's hesitating all of a sudden. Is she unsure of the answer, or did she just give her first answer without thinking about where it would lead? Nothing like that installed in the building. Arcs would have chewed it up and spat it out by now. The Arcs is not flawless. It can miss things. Look, you've seen the level of tech we Blue Bloods have. It's secure, but it ain't subtle. True. An Orca-run security firm won't have quite as much luck hiding their subsystems from the police as David Asher did, Sarah. But the Arcs can miss things that aren't tech at all. A silent alarm that's analog? Let me know if you figure that one out. Either an alarm is analog or and loud, or digital and silent. They don't mix. Well, we'll see about that. She's defensive, but her logic is sound. Approaching it from the other angle, then. How could an analog silent alarm possibly function? A literal alarm, but one that can't be heard under normal circumstances. What a horrible smell in here. Like a dog whistle. You once bragged to me about your sense of smell. I don't think I was bragging. I just sworn you puffed your chest out at the time. It doesn't matter. If I asked you to sniff something out, could you find it? What would you like me to look for? Still don't have a clear picture of what happened after I left, but there's one thing I know should be here that hasn't turned up once yet. Right. I'm the only one who knows about the knife. And while I don't know where it went, I do know it had plenty of blood on it when I last saw it. I want you to smell for blood. It's like, wait. Adonai, do you really need me to help you find blood in here? I'm not asking you to sniff in here. I want you to smell out the window. I'll try. Sniff, sniff. Do I have that? I do, yeah. Sniff, sniff. There are many strong smells in this part of the city, Adonai. But there is something truly unpleasant as well. Something beneath this fire escape. Okay. Now go fetch. You could ask nicely. Oh no. Wait, Sarah. Yes? That's a very old rusted fire escape. Take the stairs. You're too heavy. Oh my, Morgan is not letting up today. Jesus Christ. As you command, Adonai. One instant. Several minutes later, Sarah returned, looking worse for wear and seemingly in a bad mood. Did the weight comment bother her that much? Adonai, I do not like digging through trash. It's not a dignified way to investigate. Digging in people's trash is the basis of all good investigation. Easy for you to say when you aren't wearing all white. Oh, baby. She doesn't deserve this. Come on. I'll dig through the trash in her place. It's fine. Did you find something? Yes. My knife. And it's charred? I found it amongst the ashes of a blackened steel drum below the fire escape. Oh. It seems to have been the site of a fire. That sounds familiar. Wasn't there a barrel burning in the alley when I first scoped the place out? There were signs of a chemical flame retardant being applied to the barrel. Police must have put the fire out when they first secured the scene. Meaning the knife wasn't in a fire all night, but still. There does indeed appear to be blood on this knife, Adonai. So how did both the police and scientists miss it? Their noses aren't as good as yours, evidently. That is true. But they have drones and dogs for this kind of thing. Yeah, but they have to actually use them. They'd have no reason to search the vicinity for a bloodied knife if they found a sword sticking out of a corpse's midsection. Shall we ask the police to check for fingerprints? Fingerprints are mostly oil and sweat. Fire evaporates them both. Then we have to test and see whose blood is on that knife. But DNA is damaged by heat as well. You know, before DNA analysis, blood had another forensic use. You mean blood typing? The DNA on the knife might be too damaged, but modern analytical tools should be able to at least identify blood typing. That could work, Adonai. Great! Ready to get started? What? Pardon? You were capable of recognizing my DNA, weren't you? When we first met? Yes, but... So why don't you try your hand at analyzing blood type? It's gotta be simpler, right? It might be, but Adonai, to analyze the blood on this knife would mean I'd have to use my Oh, really? Oh, God, poor babe. Why is Sarah being put through the ringer so much, daughter? Pretend it's a lollipop or something. It's blood. Well done, blood. It'll taste like beef. You don't know what human blood tastes like. I mean, she might. Of course I don't. Look, the fire sanitized it. Probably. Just get it over with. Poor baby. I will reference this incident next time we discuss races, Adonai. Fine by me. Because that's never happening. Excuse me. What the fuck? Lick. Yeah. What the fuck? Oh, baby. Oh, no. I'm so sorry, baby. No. What have you got? There's blood from more than one person present. Mostly B minus, I believe, with some AB around the tip. Alright, now I can cross-reference that with the rest of the data we have. Thank you for the report, Sarah. You've given me a new lead to follow. They said... Okay. Wait, why am I looking at my cup, though? I'm always, like, forgetting all their names. Yeah, which, like, that makes sense. That makes sense. But then the other one is AB. Trying to think of who else. Just kind of looking really... Masters... Murray. I like forgetting all their names. A minus. Trays, oh, plus. So... Okay, so, like, that blood doesn't belong to any of them, including Chopin. So that would have to mean that there's someone else who... What was the guy's name that we interviewed, or that we interviewed? Who did the last testimony? I don't remember. But I want to see if I can find them really quick. Oh, Morgan's, is it? Oh, well, that's fun. Okay, that'll be fun later. Never mind. Maybe there is a bit of an incident. We're about to run ourselves face first into. But I was still. Oh. Also that. Yeah, that's not great either. I like don't remember the name of the dude that we were. It's not 80. What the fuck? I'm trying to remember the name of the guy that we just interviewed in, or that we just had testify in the case. There you are. Oh, there is that too. Okay. So there's a non-zero chance that he's involved here. Okay, anyway. Yes, Adonai. And you just made your first forensic contribution to an ongoing criminal investigation. Oh, okay, it is here. Okay. Okay. How many androids can say that? Aw. Now, come on. We've got some boxes to tick. Alright, what else are we finding? Reading protocol. Designed to make data difficult to physically redistribute. Couldn't anyone just take out their phone and snap a picture of the pages? It seems that some of the responding officers attempted to. The arcs show that they failed. That's some fancy ink. What do you see when you look at the pages then? No more detail than you do, I'm afraid. It's strange. It's strange, isn't it? They went to such lengths to protect this information, and yet these papers were left out where Officer Chopin or anyone could read them. They weren't left there by Krieg. I took the documents out of his safe so I could reach the mask, and I must have left them out on the desk afterwards. So this is where they found Krieg's body. He was the only one who didn't die instantly. Anyone had a chance to use a silent alarm. Oh, he must have been paralyzed in between the time he was shot and his actual exploration. They weren't paralyzed. What do you mean? If they had been paralyzed, Yumi would have noted that in her autopsy. That's true. He just sat there limp the whole time. Didn't even try to move. He was playing dead, letting me think he couldn't move so I wouldn't notice his... Was anything found in his hands? Anything at all? It doesn't seem like it. They weren't holding something by the time their body got to the morgue. He had been holding something but dropped it when he died. Help me look. For what? Anything small enough to fit in the palm of your hand. Oh! Hang on. What's this? What was that? Did you just jump? I was merely surprised by that sound, Adonai. What sound? I just brushed against this... Oh. Oh no. This little toy thing, you can hear it? I can, and it is not exactly pleasant on the ears. Could any android hear it, or is this some special feature David gave you? I'd imagine any android or robot or electronic device with modern features could pick up this tone. Yeah, I should close the window before I test it anymore and stop torturing all the dogs in the neighborhood. Closing the window would not matter. It's soundproofed, though. But the specific frequency of this tone is not in your audible spectrum to begin with. Right. Well, okay. Wait a minute. So that does give us something new. Because that could mean that that's the signal that Chopin picked up on before. Okay. But do you really think Krieg was toying with that nuisance maker in their final moments? Okay. I see. Yeah, honestly, that's not a bad point. This might be the thing that Chopin caught wind of somehow. I am also curious if we don't know anything about like ads on him, right? Or not ads, like mods on him, right? I'm actually just kind of random. Yeah, it doesn't really specify. I don't know. I was just like, if he had like a ear mod or something, audio mod. Our client, Sasuke. According to Rogers, this is how he found him. Tossing the sword into Chopin. Or merely trying to retrieve it. Not a huge improvement there. He really was found in a terrible state, wasn't he? And that was before the police gave him his cop killer welcoming and... Sarah, bring up the medical files on Sasuke. I want to go over everything we know about how he looked when Rogers arrested him. What specifically? How exactly was he injured? His left hand was broken. He had internal bleeding throughout his torso. Bruising and rope burns on his wrists where he was bound. Contusions all over the anterior side of his body. And he also sustained a large blunt force trauma wound on the back of the head. His biggest wound was on the back of his head? I guess if he fell backwards to the ground. There's also a small cut on his left hand. How small? As if he cut himself in the kitchen. Oh. Wasn't expecting a metaphor there, but it's effective enough. Let me take a sip of water. Okay. I can't wait for that to matter. He was covered in blood, right? Were samples taken for analysis? The blood on his torso and head was all his own. He got some of Chopin's blood on him while he was face down, being cuffed by Officer Rogers. And he also had a great deal of trace blood on his feet and pant legs. Any other questions about our client's arrest, Adonai? Not unless there are some crime scene photos you've been holding out on me. I'm afraid not. Was it that I'm the only one who made an effort to preserve the crime scene? Oh. Anchor Tan. Supposedly, he was the first to die. That is true. Logically, he had to have been. He's the one who had the gun. If an attacker got it away from him, they must have done so first. Yes, I can see that the gun is registered to him. Right, registered. Who the hell would look at this guy with that gun and just not him belong? Patrol officers TC and HR 1 week ago. TC and HR? Tarek Chopin and Huey Rogers? The badge numbers match. What? Wait, yeah, what the fuck? Oh. It seems like they detained Anchor Tan briefly during a stop and frisk and found this gun on him. Finding a gun on anyone, unlike this on anyone with priors during a stop and frisk. At the very minimum, that's grounds for 28 days detainment. Why'd they just let him go? Is it possible that he was a criminal informant? He was a CI, they wouldn't have even logged the incident. And besides, patrol officers don't have their own CIs. And perhaps they let him go for some other reason? They'd already gotten what they wanted from him? Make sure to copy the file on that stop and frisk report. Right away. Okay, that is kind of crazy, actually. Like... Okay, like, that's obvious. It kind of becomes more obvious that they're, like, working with them through that. Shit, okay. What's next? Huh? There. Is this evidence? It's a piece of crap some crime scene tech left behind. Nothing relevant about it. Yes, you're right. It's just displaying a news article they must have been reading. Apparently, they've arrested the Heartbreak Killer. What? It's copycat. Yes, the Heartbreak Killer's copycat. Oh my god. And it seems... Just let me skim it for myself. Why? Sarah. The Heartbreak Killer is a copycat. Come on. An individual suspected of playing an active terrorist has been arrested. Thanks to quick control. Suspect who's identifying information is not released to the public is apprehended by officers who believe in the myths of their attack. Having already loaded a firearm and several magazines of ammunition in their vehicle. These have not commented on whether firearm in question was probably tagged, but insiders with close ties to the investigation claim that the weapon itself was not what led to the arrest. We had identified a troubling pattern of net activity in the days leading up to the arrest concerning searches and attempts to access old net portals. I think they'd already been in our radar for that point. That's... Oh, so when they posted that manifesto, we were able to quickly secure a warrant for their arrest. This is what was at the time a publicly accessible online document raising Heartbreak's hardline stance against neoliberal corporate soft power. Some business decisions made by Hanami Robotics. So it'll be an announcement made that on their last earnings call they would begin. I was offshore. Steadily increased after this is first main. But UFOs been. Dude. Here won't be far behind. Where clarifying Konami's global market strategy and reaffirming their commitment to the workers as well to their country. I'll go ahead and bring up the question they're gonna end up asking. What? Oh, okay, never mind. I'm scared. Okay, good. Seems like Heartbreak isn't going away. No matter what happens to the original. So it would seem. Uh-oh. I like how this chapter has involved a case in where Morgan's kind of heartbreak stuff is catching up, like where a murder that Morgan did is catching up to her, and they're also paralleling it with just like the general concept of heartbreak isn't going away either. Like it's kind of neat actually seeing how they're paralleling that. That's fun. Or like to show how it's kind of just ramping up still. Like she can't just brush it all aside and all that stuff. That about wraps it up in here. Miss Han, since Cyanus is technically in charge of securing the crime scene, what should we do with this? Do with what? Adonai, please refrain from pressing that button any more than necessary. Sorry, Sarah. I can see you don't like it. But Miss Han's phone doesn't seem to like it either. It's just Han, and I don't know what you're talking about. I get messages all the time. Okay, Morgan. Morgan! Han, ma'am, if you could please just admit it so she stops pressing that. Fine, whatever. Yes, you found one of our alarms. Pretty clever system. Not really, it's just an app. You set the frequency and get a notif if the app picks it up. The range? A couple kilometers. Thanks for clearing that up. While I have you here, though, exactly how fast did you show up to the scene of the crime? Pardon? This is a blue blood neighborhood. Do you really expect people to believe the cops slumbered their way here faster than any of you could? What exactly are you trying to say? Yeah, I'm tuned to that frequency. But I'm tuned to a lot of frequencies. It's a good way of communicating without the mags or the pigs listening in. So you didn't get this alarm the night of the incident? Didn't even know it went off that night. You got proof it did? Can you explain how else Officer Chopin could have gotten here? Nah, not my job to either. Is it your job to come to a fellow Blue Blood's aid when they're desperately calling for help? I didn't know Creek like that. I didn't say Creek was the one who had this. I saw where you're poking around and they're the head of the pod, I assumed. Uh-huh. Creek's a stranger to me. Even though you're both young bloods. What? I'm guessing that's what the tattoo means? Neither of you make much effort to hide it. Oh, I see, I see. It is plainly visible, even in their autopsy photos. You have no idea what this ink means. Oh. Morgan starts shit as usual, I see. Would you tell us what it means? Blood bag. What? The old guard use you as donors. Oh. Gangsters live a life of drugs, smoking, drinking, and back alley mods. Then end up with livers and kidneys that look like charred steak. Who could have guessed? Got no children because the Ikaria killed them all. Can't get on the donor list because they're geriatric, reviled crime lords. So what do? Hey kid, wanna be a gangster? Let me see if you got what it takes. Hold still while I prick your finger. They tattooed our torsos because even if you mod off all 4 limbs, you'll still pump clean plasma. Every drop, an indicator of quality. I'm a universal donor, so I've got 3. AAA graded. Just like meat. And Creek? Save it for the trial, lady. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is insane. That's gross. Ugh. Are we done here, you think? Not quite. I didn't like that. I'm gonna take a sip of coffee real quick. But I understand why they would want to fight. And I understand why if they did actually find... Oh, let me get that little notification off there. I understand why if they did find the supposed little lord or whatever, they would want to maybe get rid of him and fuck up the old blood's plans after how awful they are to the new blood, the young blood, I mean. Emma's argument is that Suzuki didn't escape from here. He was brought out in the other room to be questioned and then he broke free. I know that's not true. Suzuki would have been stuck here until the police arrived if I hadn't handed him the Mag US to, well, frame him. And the knife, also to frame him, but secondarily so that he could cut himself free from his bindings. Those bloody rags there? Remember what Suzuki told us when we first met? That he was bound in here the whole time until this bad Samaritan came along and gave him a knife. Now we know what knife he was talking about. And now I want to know whose blood this is. The blood on the bindings? It would have to belong to Sasuke, wouldn't it? All the other bodily fluids in this room do. Probably. But I need to know. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, Sarah. No. God damn it. Poor baby. You've already done it once. What's one more time? One more time will surely make me sick. Please, Adonai, let us ask one of the scientist employees on standby to analyze it. They have a record for very fast turnaround on DNA tests, I promise. I can show you customer reviews. That's right, Scientist does DNA testing. Typically paternity tests as part of their private investigative services. But they have been assisting the police with DNA analysis around the scene. I will flag the bindings to be analyzed. Oh, wait. I have already made the request, Adonai. If you insist on making me test the bindings myself now, you will only be upsetting my stomach to satisfy your own impatience. Fine. But I'm gonna cite this incident the next time we discuss a race. Fuck. And we're neutral again. Damn. I can't believe Sarah is the new Gumshoe. This is so fucked up. Poor baby. Really is a shithole in here though, huh? I agree with your sentiment, if not your choice of words. It feels like a cruel place. Damn. What is it? Is there something we missed in here, Adonai? No, not in here. The windows. They were closed when Creek was shot. Still closed when Chopin and Rogers arrived on site. But they were open by the time Rogers got into this room. I used that contradiction to argue for the presence of a third party. Because someone must have opened them. To go down the fire escape. And then what? He must have dropped down to the alley and ran away, right? Yeah, that's one option. What's the other? Do you think, just a random thing, is it possible that jumping, like that someone could have, because I know that there's like evidence that the dumpster was moved recently. So, oh my god, sorry. Oh. Why am I yawning so much? Jesus. If they moved the dumpster, so would it have been tall enough for someone to jump up and climb up it? I mean, I guess there's also the fact that it like connects to the second floor, so someone could have gone back and forth, but that's, yeah. So there's a couple things that are not just to make it a blind or a quick and easy escape or anything. Would it kill them to do some sweeping around here? I guess that would be contaminating the crime scene at this point. But then what the hell do all these cops and scientist chumps actually do? Lean on walls and screw around on their phones? I think you're being a bit harsh in your assessment. But you aren't alone in your criticism. Detective Reyes had much to say about how scientist employees were not wearing gloves and knocking over trash. They had picked up trash that'd be removing evidence. The arcs would light up. Adding trash, though? Adonai? Help me look through this. Garbage again? Already? Oh, just start looking. If any of it requires DNA analysis. Baby has gone through the ringer today. I'm so sorry, Sarah. Wait, there. Red. I don't smell any blood. Not blood. Ink. A torn page of the reading documents. With what looks like a shoe print on it. Shall we try and match it to samples? Good luck. Cops and security types all wear the same kinds of boots. Top of which, 99 out of 100 shoes in the city are made by the same two megs. But if the print isn't useful, that just leaves the actual text, and that looks like the letters run through the wash a couple dozen too many times. Well, it isn't particularly informative. I don't understand exactly how this clue fits in with everything else we've seen. But doesn't this seem important? Is there anything else? Okay, and I guess there's like the Cyanus logo, but how could it have been lying here, neglected this whole time? Nah, princess, I'll have to call you right back. Of course, wouldn't dream of it. Come on, you know me. What'd you find there? More dead men's garbage? Keep it up and you girls are gonna make me look bad. Happy to be of assistance. So would you like to add to this to the arcs, or should I? Well, seems like you've got momentum going, so please don't let me get in your way. You don't wear gloves on the job, Miss Han. It's just Han, but you already know that. You probably also know that they don't really make them in my size. So if we found your fingerprints in here, on those windows, or even upstairs, oh man, I'd be pretty embarrassed. We almost always get rated 5 stars. Is she involved more? Huh. So did you need me to walk you out? I'll be fine, thanks. Suit yourself. Just be careful you don't get lost. Sun will be going down soon. It can be hard to find your way back in the dark. Jesus. Yeah, okay. This idea is starting to look like a pretty safe bet. Your theory that Chopin was assassinated as an attack on the old guard? But how can we confirm it? We still haven't met anyone from the old guard. Though, even if we had, it occurs to me that they would be reluctant to speak with Suzuki Ikaria's legal team. Don't be so pessimistic. The enemy of my enemy is usually willing to at least talk. Talk is where I do all my best work. Where do we look then? Yapping is my specialty. You still got the address boss gave us? Oh, that's why. Okay. I see. Let me take a sip of coffee real quick. Oh god. Oh god. Hey there, tall, red, and mysterious. Ladies, please come in. Don't be shy. Let me guide you to a booth. Oh no. Should we take a seat for now? With taste as expensive as yours. If you get near a menu, these people will drain my checking account on overpriced champagne faster than I can blink. Oh, it literally is called localhost. Okay. Oh, champagne! Oh my god. Exactly. As much as you'd like. This is gonna derail fast if I don't find a way to shut it down. A surefire way to get exactly the right kind of attention and douse their salesmanship in one go. I'll need to go with that. Hey, please don't frown. A smile would suit your pretty face much. I need to speak with your manager. What happened? They're all walking away. What the fuck? Alright, we're carrying it up. Good. Hey, mom. Yeah, there's some kind of, I don't know, accountant or whatever here to talk to you. The voice on the other end of his earpiece grumbles a response. A cranky one, judging by his reaction. Mama will be out in a second. You're expected to buy something in the meantime. You got tap water? You don't want to drink the tap water in this district. Soda water? It's all overpriced, lady. Might as well get something you'll enjoy. Real. I thought my first visit to a host club would be more celebratory than this. How much thought have you given the subject? Sarah wants to fucking party. Let's go. What on earth? Do you think they were being literal when they said you were expected to make a purchase? Probably. Doesn't mean I'll oblige them. So it's not like spending money here will make them less likely to cooperate. I would offer some suggestions based on customer reviews and price points, but For some reason, I don't see prices listed on any of the items on their menu. Because they're all expensive as fuck. Was a mistake made when formatting the data? I really hate this place. Okay, well, I do want to buy something. Let's get... Well, you know what? Doctor was excited about champagne, so... Oh, what the hell? Hey! Pomme d'Oignon. Pour out a tower for all I care. Suddenly, as if I had entered a magic phrase or a sleeper cell kill switch, all the eyes of the staff around the room dart to me. With a jolt of energy, the bartender jumps up to ring a bell above the counter. Bomb the tower! The staff begin an unsettlingly chipper chant. Tower, tower, tower. I'm not sure Sarah's eyes can get any wider. Let's take a commemorative photo, madame. Where would you like to sit? Who's the smallest spender in here? What? Well, I mean, we don't really keep track of that sort of. His eyes wandered, losing light all the while, until they settled onto a classy-eyed, pitying stare at an overworked-looking young man at a small table, adjusting his tie while the girl next to him makes no effort to hide her boredom. Send it over to him. King for a day. With the same nervous smile he'd used to shake hands with the suicide bomber, the bartender redirects the oncoming parade towards my designated lucky loser. He looks terrified. Morgan. Money well spent. Morgan just wanted to bully a random ass dude. Damn. It's so sad. You just gave the tower away? I've got shit to do. I can't drink all of that. I could have perhaps. Oh. But even so, after you paid all that money to just pass it along to some stranger, are you some kind of saint? Oh, I'm not paying for that. Makoto's getting this bill. Your client? File it under investigative expenses. That is not exactly inaccurate, but what's he gonna do? Kill me? Given his position in the house and his age, it would be more likely he'd have you killed. Oh my god. I like Morgan just randomly traumatizes a random dude for fun. So cool. Is that not... Okay. Have you ever been to an establishment like this before? No. Not even when you were apprenticing? There may have been certain work parties where attendance was strongly encouraged, but I'd never set foot within a kilometer of a place like this otherwise. I suppose you have a hard time. I suppose if you have a hard spending limit, there's only so much you can enjoy. And it's not a matter of cost, it's a matter of taste. Surely everyone enjoys being paid attention, no? It's flattering. Not everyone takes to being complimented. I see. So you respond so you respond more to being challenged. What do you think? Perhaps not. Great. Bad enough that I'm walking into the lion's den here. Stepping even further into blue blood territory to defend an Ikaria assassin. Do I really have to wait for the shoe to drop in a place this sleazy too? Are you perhaps not enjoying yourself, Adonai? You're getting better at picking up on that. You are frowning quite openly. Are we in danger of getting arrested here? There's nothing illegal about a host club. Right. Yeah. A kind of social gym where young adults can exercise their social skills in a low-risk environment. What the fuck is that? Okay, I'm gonna leave that. So are you just uncomfortable then? Unamused. Oh god. What kind of light reading gets tossed around in a club like this? Probably something along the lines of, I spent every night at a host club for 1 year. Here's what the staff taught me about emotional workloads in corporate settings. Oh, wait, this actually looks somewhat interesting. The fuck? Why were they over there? Fungus? Huh? Fungus stymies bamboo, stokes unrest. Oh, okay. Is one face with okay, I see. Is it really a versatile crop? Or can it be, I guess, is what I want to ask. A premier organic manufacturing and construction material. Oh, I see. Wide variety of environments and humidity levels has been considered aggressive, invasive species at times. Tailored to grow specifically in a small number of tropic and subtropic biomes, intended to provide a stable cash crop for regions that have historically struggled to farm soy, sugar, or wheat. The fungus practically chews through the groves. You can see it growing with the naked eye, says one worker. Gross in anonymity. When he tells us just burn it off, but it's too damp for anything to catch fire. Bamboo is hard to burn, so they want us to use this incendiary stuff, and they won't pay for us to have masks. Doesn't need to provide masks is more politically motivated. Huh. Fletcher's rebellion was decades ago, but the gas mask is still a powerful symbol even today. Back then, workers went on strike because the conditions growing mushrooms in the fungal plots were so unbearable. Now this fungus is cutting into profits yet again. You got a lot of workers depending on the industry. Easy better work. I'd be surprised if they weren't getting nervous. Is true that the region is home to a disproportionately young population. Education lies firmly in the realm of corporate authority. Government officials are also keenly aware of the risks and challenges associated with such a large student population. Huh. Not the reading material I expected to find here, but judging from the article, the Megs are getting concerned about. That. The fungus is a problem, sure, but they've engineered their crops around problems like it 100 times before. Easier to update the monoculture's genetics than your entire global economic model. The Megs are probably more concerned about all the young people getting agitated about their job security. The warmer the waters, the bigger the storms they brew. Mama on deck! The big cheese! What exactly are you expecting? With a title like Mama, I would expect a stern but fair, nurturing figure who... What the hell do you want? Oh, I love this character already. Is that the kind of treatment one should expect at this establishment after purchasing a champagne tower? That was you? Well, shit. You clearly needed information a lot more than I thought. The Icaria must be giving you the mushroom treatment. Keep him in the dark. And feed them shit. Yes, yes, I've heard all the lawyer jokes. Okay, I love this character already. Holy shit, she's awesome. Now, can we talk, or should I get on the phone and claim that my credit card's been stolen? You bought a champagne tower. We can talk all goddamn night if you want. I had a feeling that was gonna help. Introductions, then. I'm Morgan Esquire, criminal defense attorney representing Suzuki Icaria. With a glowing green toaster as your +1. Damn. Couldn't have put it better myself, Miss Kim Hana. Small business owner. Hell yeah. Hana Mama Gin. She's kind of awesome. Joint cracking. Dislikes ad vandalism. Real. Can slice, hell yeah, for art, for Sarah's sake, I guess. Can slice an onion paper thin in 11 seconds. Relaxes by shooting clay pigeons. Holy shit. She's kind of crazy. I like this. Oh, let me get rid of that really quick. There we go. Oh, let me actually save. It's been a second. There we go. And one of the more influential members of the Blue Blood Olds Guard, I take it. The old guard are the only blue bloods that have any influence at all. First gens and young bloods should count themselves lucky to be middle management. Should you really be calling them young bloods? Oh, now the neon robot is gonna preach to us all about political correctness. Really, madame? I know, PC. My gen invented PC. We've got PC coming out of our ears. Oh god, okay, maybe I was a bit hasty to say she's awesome. So I mean it when I say young blood is a term of endearment. Well then, I won't hesitate to use it. To their face? Better not. They'll knock your teeth out. Okay, maybe I was a bit hasty to say she's awesome. I do think her design is very good, though. I will say that. How about a trade, Miss Kim? Mrs., you're talking to a widow. One who doesn't need anything from you. Not the best position to start bargaining from. We're trading information. If you think I can't give you anything, you're not thinking very hard. Oh yeah? What do you think you've got? Something I can tell her that she doesn't already know. Well, we don't... I guess we can't actually confirm the Little Lord ID ourselves. So... isn't this the only confirmed thing? I can tell you what happened at the courthouse today. If something worth knowing had happened, it'd be in the news by now. There is currently a blackout on media coverage of today's events. There are always leaks. Finding one will take time. I can give you a first-hand account right now. Let's hear it. Hell yeah. Good shit. An instant. One second. Grayson. Oh, one second. Important message. Important message has been given. One second. One more. Okay. I think that's fine. I just needed to send that message, an important message really quick. What a goddamn idiot. Completely useless. He did manage to infiltrate an entire courtroom full of police officers, even knowing he wouldn't make it out alive. And he still failed to hit the easiest shot of his life. But Brayson's just an incompetent addict. Useless idiot is the one who sent him there. Not you, I take it. Old guard sounds like it moves slow and wise, but we've got our fair share of hot-headed dumbasses, too. Impatient hot-headed dumbasses. Time's money. My turn to ask a question. Money. Is that why you've been going after Mikoto? Trying to drum up a king's ransom because you can't go to war without a war chest? Who says we're at war? Who says we're in any rush? Our plans are measured in decades, you little shit. No. Time isn't on your side right now. Right now, more than anything, you need money. Says who? You? Says the headlines. Time's running out before you miss the bus on Nirvana. Everyone in the capital knows it'll be legalized before the end of the year. Ah, party drug, dumb money. Yes, dumb money. Best kind of money there is, and you can rake it in by the truckload if you had the starting capital to build a dispensary network beforehand. As things stand, the Grey Wave is going to roll your hard work up in a ball and hand it gently off to the Megs and the Icaria. You've been losing this game to them for 3 decades straight, but I can see you still haven't gotten used to it. Of course not. Who the hell just roll over for those upstart bootlicking? That goddamn fox smirking behind his perfumed license instances and painted screens and sheets of gold leaf. Should have cut out his eyes when I had the chance. I'm acquainted with the hound. Who's the fox? And we'll see who the fox is in just a second, because I see the ads are about to start. So we will. Wow, who is the fox? We will see soon. Yeah, I will. I'm gonna do that really quick. Ad break. Meh, 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 meh. But this has been really good so far. I actually wasn't sure if we were getting another. I guess I heard that this chapter was like really fucking long. I guess I wasn't sure how long. So it's neat that we are getting more, you know, out of court time, more just story and stuff. Very nice. But yeah, we'll be right back. Take care of yourselves. Food, water, med stretch, bathroom, and we'll be back in just a bit. Okay, what do I play? I added a lot of new music last night to the stream playlist, so I'm trying to pick some like some other ones. I'll do this one. Is it this one? I think it's this one. Yeah. So I'll play this and we'll be right back. Okay. I am back. Sorry, I was a little long. I needed socks. My feet are fucking cold. I've been standing and my floor is freaking cold. So I needed socks. But I am back. No sonic boom today. Sorry. Wow. Okay. Right, who's the fox? Should we conduct a survey of all the IFG members' back tattoos? The fox, the kitsune, goddamn Daisuke Ikaria, of course. The family's patriarch. Haven't had the chance to meet him in person. Knew there had to be a reason the Ikaria lawyer didn't already stink of cigar smoke. Adonai does smoke, despite my repeated warnings about the health hazards. Have you had your olfactory checkup lately? Loss of smell can be the first sign of I don't stink. That's the takeaway. Now admit it. You want to capture Makoto Ikaria so you can afford to ride Nirvana to legitimacy. I don't want to capture Makoto Ikaria. You know our history? In brief. So what part of that summary made you think that if I had a chance to end the Ikarian line, I wouldn't take it immediately? Ugh. Are you speaking for yourself or for your whole old guard? Nah, my turn to ask. Oh. Is the hound gonna make it? You asking about my legal defense strategy? His injuries. Any chance he's gonna keel over from an infection after Creek's pod worked him over? Did Briston somehow manage to nick him? He is still recovering from the injuries he sustained when captured, but he was not harmed during the incident in the courtroom today. Yeah, Briston did even manage a scratch. Not a scratch, huh? Did he even get a shot off? A detective on the scene responded before he could. A detective? Yes, why? Ugh, not wasting a question on him of all people. Speaking of which, the bottle spun back around. Are the Blue Bloods working with the Chopin family to profit off of Proposition 492? You missed that one. You missed that one. Try another. Oh my... I fucking love these. Whoever's doing... Oh my god. Oh my god. Whoever... Okay, whoever... Like... I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time describing what I want to say. I very much love these devs for how they write and how they're all the fucking stupid memes. Stupid, like, in a good way. Memes. They're incorporating, hold on. Just fucking... Is there not just like a is it only with Germa's audio too?
Let's see what kind of a shot you are, Pilgrim.
Take
a crack at this bottle. You missed that one.
You missed that one. Try another. Okay, good. I just needed to play it once. Love you, writers. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Thank you. What do you mean? You think Mr. and Mr. Chopin are working hand in hand with us for a little cross-class embezzling? Those rich pricks wouldn't piss on us if we were on fire and the feeling's mutual. But they're backing Proposition 492. If you could buy the land they need before the city knows that it needs it. The Chopin family aren't your collaborators. They're your marks. Bingo! Kid gets a prize. Or they were. The plan's worthless now. That whole courtroom heard me explain how Creek had reading documents on Proposition 492. Whatever blueprints, whatever land the city had in mind, they'll change all of it. Thanks for that, by the way. Don't blame me. Your plan was always fragile. It was destined to collapse the moment that anyone with more pull than a ticketing officer heard that Blue Bloods had eyes on the real estate. Meaning the Blue Bloods would kill to keep those documents from circulating. Yeah, well, that's just how it goes for Plan Bs. Plan B? Now answer me this. What did you see on those red ink docs that tipped our hand about Prop 492? Well, it wasn't mentioned in abbreviation, if not in name. P492. That was a pretty big giveaway. Must have had more to go on than that. Names, diagrams. I saw Councilman Long's name on there. Long, that sloppy bastard. Wait, you didn't know what was on those papers? Not exactly. You didn't know where Prop 492 leaked from. What are you saying? It's leaked from that Brat Creek, obviously. Red ink means it was printed off from somewhere you trust, in a place run by people you trusted. And it doesn't sound like you trusted Creek. Are these your questions? Because they're terrible and pointless. Blondie's already dead. So Chopin wasn't in on the plan. What possibilities are left then? Might as well try asking while I have the chance. My client overheard something interesting during his captivity. Talk of the Blue Bloods bringing in a huntsman. Fake. And you don't even know what that means. Your client heard wrong, and you're a fool for believing it without any proof. Sorry, guess he misheard. He must have also misheard that you brought a gnome mask into the city. Did Suzuki mention that? It's called a bluff, Sarah. Yeah, the bluff. Yeah, he must have been delirious. After all, if there had been a gnome mask at the crime scene, it would have turned up during the police investigation. Huntsman. Ridiculous. Maybe he's real, maybe he's fake, maybe he's already behind you. Phantoms like that get their power from uncertainty. If I answered your question at all, that'd be your answer. Schrodinger's box is already open, though, and the mask isn't there anymore. If it's not in the hands of the huntsman, then who has it? A dead man who just doesn't know it yet. Final round. But what if we still want to ask? Our house, my rules. Who hired you? Why would you spend your final question on that? Why does it matter? Well, I know. Oh, I guess. Well, I guess to be fair, it could be a little ambiguous who exactly did it. I guess I'll just broadly go broad with it. You already know the answer. I was hired by House Ikaria. Uh-huh. You, some no-name nobody with no connection to any of the houses, hired you to defend their hound. Either you're dumber than you look or just less curious than a lobotomite, but either way, you really don't know the answer, do ya? No, I don't, which I can freely admit. So why does having it pointed out to me feel like it's such a defeat? Come to think of it, I have one last question myself. That ain't the deal. And it can be rhetorical. What are you going to do? You lost all your heirs during the fall of the leaves. 1 second. There we go. I just needed to adjust my desk height a little bit more. Adonai? You're reviled by the International Blue Bloods for locking your treasure behind GFA you can't crack. Now all of the old guard need transplants and transfusions from 1st and 2nd gens just to stay alive, and they won't be glad to keep that up forever. Oh shit. Eventually you, all of you, will die. Will you rest in peace knowing everything you ever managed to build will be laundered at, what, 30%? 40%? 35% just to end up in the hands of some punks you tutored? What a nice young girl you are, worrying about your elders. Well, don't worry your pretty little head over dear sweet granny here, because she's a mean old bitch in a line of work where anyone stupid dies off young. She and hers are gonna be just fine. Jesus, don't forget to close your tab before you go. Wow. Did you get any useful information from your rhetorical question, Adonai? Question irritated her. What am I doing? The question irritated her, but it didn't make her despair. I may have misread this. The old guard have a way forward. Proposition 492 is no longer an option, leaving them with Plan A. The little lord? But Tarek Chopin is dead. Yeah, he is. So I guess the implication is like, it isn't actually tear it or chop in.
How dare they? After all they put him through down there in that festering hole of a city district, to try and kill Suzuki in the courtroom of all places. The nerve of those blue blood scum.
If we just wait for him to stop, we'll be standing here until morning. So, should we speak up? I don't know. I'm terrible with children. Listen, just keep nodding, and if he calms down enough to ask a non-rhetorical question, get my attention. What are you going to do? Try consulting an expert. Oh my god. What do What the fuck? What do kids your age like?
Not my B-day.
I'm not asking for you.
And I'm not a kid. So I wouldn't know. If it's for Sarah, I'm not a robot either.
What would someone younger than you like? This is insane.
Natty gay. Even one grade below me. Their sense of humor is impenetrable. The other day, the school announced they're going to be doing test prep at every grade level. And the top comment, before it got deleted, was a picture of a fish with boots. And the caption was, battering me and frying me in oil for 4 minutes on each side.
What? Okay, screenshotting that for later. Hi, Azzy. What a... Is that the meme you know about? Do you know about that meme, Azzy? Wait, I hope you're doing well. Good to say yo. It's a very basic non sequitur.
How's this for non sequitur?
Thank you for checking in.
Go ask someone else.
All you did there was get back on topic.
Why are you even asking?
I've been hired by a youth, and I need to interrupt their temper tantrum.
Well, what do you want me to do from here? Pack them some fork knife bucks. Damn it.
What is that? Would that work?
Morgan? I will eat you. You may certainly try. Also, what do you mean a youth hired you? Oh. So they must be like rich.
Yes.
I'm like the worst to ask for advice then. What do I know about rich kids?
Your academy is full of them.
Why do you think I do as much of my schoolwork as possible from my dorm?
Don't you at least have a roommate?
Nope. Never got assigned one.
Oh.
Guess there was some kind of unavoidable computer error on their end.
This is hopeless.
You're usually good at gift giving and shit. Buttering up judges. Bribing court officials. Slipping coins into viziers' purses.
You have a very antiquated view of what my work entails. Medieval, in fact. What? Jeez, what the fuck? Okay. Whatever photo that is failed to send.
God damn it. I mean, what would you do if they were a rich adult? Flatter them or whatever.
Rich adults are used to people wanting their money. Flattery puts them on guard.
Yeah. So what's the approach?
You approach them as though you already work for them. Pretend you're a butler. Acting on wordless commands they've given without an original thought in your head. They aren't suspicious of anyone they feel like they already own.
That mostly makes sense. So do that. They probably got more in common with a rich adult than kids their own age. Or, you know, anyone else with a soul. Unless there's some reason you can't do your iconic butler technique here. Because I didn't want to act subservient to a child. Suzuki did strain himself slightly when he tried to tackle me to the ground, but that was the extent of it. Yes, as my ad says, no one was hurt. Well, the attacker was part of an officer-involved shooting, but no one else was hurt. Oh, well then perhaps we should just forgive all and make peace. Those fools who regret their actions, the anger of the house, once roused, is not easily satisfied. That was the King of France, Louis XIV, if you didn't know. Good, thank you for checking that for me. No, I didn't know him, sorry. I'm old, but I'm not that old. Shit. Thought there was a lull, but he's ready to start back up again. As Sun Tzu says, if your opponent is of choleric temper, seek to irritate him. Well, yes, but please calm yourself, Makoto of House Ikaria. We need to speak with you. Damn, alright, Sarah. About what? About Suzuki. You think he's done something to deserve this? That's not what There's nothing Suzuki could have done to justify what the Blue Bloods have put him through. I assumed as much, but Makoto has no idea what the Hound of Ikaria was doing up until a year ago, does he? These questions are foolish. I will not waste my time. A wise man can learn more from a foolish question than a fool can learn from a wise answer. Damn. Quote the Bhagavad Gita all you want, robot girl. It is not impressive for a machine to... Bruce Lee said that. Well, he was probably paraphrasing at the time. Will you help us or not, Makoto? Please. If it's for Suzuki. Enough. Also, hell yeah, Sarah. Good shit. Calming him down. Let's go. Electric blue irises flash a deadly glare. The room's shadows seem to extend in his presence, curling and deepening like ink dropped into water. That's a gangster. Chairman! All of you, show some respect, now! He says it out of practice without actually looking around the room. One glance would have shown him there was no need to demand respect. Every head was already bowed. This is a man who's used to others not meeting his eyes. The rest of you, get lost. Their practiced obedience didn't betray them. They all slipped away into the halls of the complex without so much as a creak on the floorboards. And even so, their anxiety was screaming at me like a bad tale, begging to be taken advantage of. His presence here today was not expected. Now then, come here, Makoto. Aw, Grandpa! Aw. How are things on the front lines, huh? Makoto is the heir, so the chairman is his grandfather, of course, but... My little warlord making his enemies tremble with fear every time he sets foot out the door. I was not expecting the House of Nobility to be so affectionate. This is adorable. Oh my god. I thought you and father were still in the capital. Well, we were, and we made a lot of powerful people in that city very frustrated while we were at it. It made a lot of frustrating people very powerful, I'm sure. Wish I had seen their dumb faces, solemnly nodding when I canceled my meetings. Just to fly home and see my grandson. Oh my god, I love this guy. Chairman, apologies for the lack of an introduction. This is... I know exactly who she is. She's our lawyer. Any good? She is not entirely incompetent. I would hope he could say more than that. And she is also somewhat perceptive, Chairman. Knows when to keep her mouth shut, clearly. How bad can she be? Her methods are odd. She came here to ask me about Suzuki for some reason. Not another word. Chairman? Back in the storehouse on the second floor, there's a cask of sake that I won in a drinking game I suppose it's been 6 years ago now. Would you go and fetch for your grandfather? Of course, but... Old trick of the trade. One sip and anything we tell her becomes inadmissible in court. I see. Very clever, Chairman. Makoto is allowed to drink sake? Hell's wrong with you? Of course he can't drink. It's the ceremony of it all, damn it.
Understood. I'll go and retrieve it right away. His little sad face when they said he couldn't drink. So sad. Baby.
Have one of those layabouts that were in here fetch you a ladder first. Make them earn their keep for once. Put on a suit and a pair of glasses and think you could just stand there for the rest of your career, you lazy. Read your damn emails if you got nothing better to do. Jesus.
Should we be seated a certain way for... There is no cask of sake. Oh. But then, the strategy of becoming intoxicated in order to avoid...
I made that up. You're the lawyer. There any truth to what I said?
No need for tricks like that. Attorney-client privileges already binds my hands. I'm working for House Icaria right now, Sarah. I mean, hell, Makoto could confess to me that he's a mass murderer and I wouldn't be able to tell a soul. So then why did you send Makoto away, Mr. Chairman, sir?
I want to walk the gardens.
Aren't we supposed to follow him? You left that part unsaid. How can you tell? Hey, quick strategy meeting. You know what a butler is, right? Oh no. I'm glad you have such an appreciation for attorney-client privilege, sir. It makes these conversations go much smoother. But if you trust privilege so much, why don't you trust your grandson to be here?
Don't kid yourself, Copper. That boy is the future of this family. If I didn't trust him, there would be no point to any of this. Everything I've built. Dynasties aren't dynasties until you manage to actually pass them down.
What you built in the last 30 years is undeniably impressive. It must have required astonishing brutality.
Progress is brutality, and history is unkind to the gentle.
Is that why you orchestrated the fall of the leaves? To get your name in the history books?
Orchestrated. So grand, so full of it. We knocked on our doors, and when they opened up, and when they opened them, we shot them. Jesus. Walked up to them on the street and split their stomachs wide. Pulled up beside them and let loose full auto on their limos. Wasn't anything as complicated as orchestrated. I executed.
Jesus. Undefeated at enjoying spicy food, real. Sykes phones at the dinner table. Jesus. Sorry. Getting a little sip of coffee. Or a little gulp, I guess.
And my uncle named me a successor for it.
The Blue Bloods weren't even able to put up a fight?
They were worried about handshake events and social media perception. Thought that their friends in high places would be there when they needed them. Thought they had already won.
So, how'd you get away with it?
Good timing. No one notices a leaky faucet in a downpour.
This was right before the Red Decade got underway.
Once the borders started locking up, there was no chance of reinforcements. We never saw it coming. We didn't know there was a bubble. We didn't think it would get that bad. That's what they always say. The losers. The scapegoats paraded in front of courts and cameras to meekly reassure the national audience that no, you couldn't have done anything. You did everything right. So did we. We're all victims of uncontrollable market forces here. Stale bread for a piss-poor circus. With a pity party instead of proper gladiators. I saw the signs, but more importantly, I didn't ignore them. Droughts from heaven, no grain in the storehouses. There'd only be one room left, or be room for one family of these in this city. Made sure it was mine. Last call. All aboard.
And everything you built since? Renegin, Aria Holdings, the legitimate half you're so proud of?
That was the easy part, actually. Reprivatizing an industry is tricky business. How do you break up a state-controlled monopoly into a healthy, diverse, and competitive private marketplace?
How?
Dunno. I'll let you know if they ever pull it off. Shit show that did go on was easily gamed. Sprinkle some cash in the right bureaucrats' pockets. We were able to snap up entire economies wholesale.
We being the nobility.
If that's the term you prefer. Adonai, why is he confessing? He's not confessing, Sarah. This is bragging. Mr. Ikaria, I'm not looking to take up too much of your time, but perhaps you could help me understand something. The inciting incident, as they say. In screenwriting. They say Adele's were too, probably. A year ago, you extended an olive branch to the Blue Bloods over Nirvana. Was it genuine? My curiosity was genuine. But not your financing. Is that why it fell apart? Why Makoto was attacked? Fell apart because those first gens and young bloods of theirs are hot-headed idiots who can't follow orders. But I expected as much. That's why I ordered my hound to be present, on standby. But he didn't assassinate anyone that day, did he? No. Instead, Suzuki stepped in front of a blade that was headed for Makoto, and he's been guarding the boy with his life ever since. Was that your order as well? My order, yes. Not my idea. But I'm the patriarch, not a dictator. My sweet siblings and darling nieces and nephews make an earnest request. Who am I to refuse? Did Makoto ask for this? You had to be pressured into letting Suzuki guard Makoto? Weren't you concerned about Makoto's safety? Of course I was. I just know the best place for the queen. Oh my god. Sorry, Jesus. I came in out of nowhere. He's on the attack, not hopping around the king's sides blocking checks. Hey, chess metaphor, help me out. Any piece can sacrifice themselves, but there's only one queen, and she has by far the most mobility. It is better to keep her out in the open, ideally, near the center of the field, where she can attack freely. At least, assuming you subscribe to... Okay, got it. Let her finish. But here's the question. Why have the Blue Bloods kept trying to capture Makoto over a year now? Because of some hot-tempered idiots? What's your answer? Why do you think they want to capture our little Makotan? That one's interesting. Because what if Makoto is actually the little lord? I guess I don't know. I don't fully know his upbringing yet. I mean, there's also, like... Well, no, wouldn't it be this? Actually, hold on. If they took Makoto captive, they could extort the Ikaria for a king's ransom. Once. After that, the Ikaria would make them pay in every other way. And even if the price of it was big... Oh, okay, fair enough, fair enough. Big enough to ease all the Blue Bloods' woes, the resulting gang war would drain the coffers all the same. People can easily kill for money, but for them to take Makoto hostage... Oh, okay, fair, fair. Is it this? If they were literally out for Makoto's blood, they'd want a steady supply. Mireille suggested they'd try for an arranged marriage down the line, but Kim didn't seem interested in anything of the sort. Oh, okay. Is there really... The Blue Bloods aren't lacking in motives for revenge. A bloody culling followed by 3 decades of humiliation is more than enough. But the most fitting revenge would involve them killing Makoto, not taking him captive. Oh. And while I can imagine plenty of ways to extract revenge from a living subject, gangs have to maintain a balance between being feared and being tolerated. If the Blue Bloods proudly tortured a child to death, they'd be run out of the lower wards by their own constituents. Oh. Huh. Well, they wouldn't want to capture Makoto. They don't. A certain mama said that as much to my face. They'd much rather kill your sole heir than capture him. Okay, fair. You know what? Fair enough. That's what I'd do. If they had any heirs left. But then, why keep attacking Makoto, if not to capture or kill him? Their goal's never been Makoto. It's just that every time they've gone after their goal, Makoto's been there. You mean... Put another way, the purpose of an operation is what the operation accomplishes. They've been trying to capture Suzuki for over a year. The other day, they finally succeeded. You think those idiot punks wanted to take my hound alive? I don't think, I know, because that's literally what they did. They captured Suzuki and brought him down to the lower wards. To torture him. Idiots. If they don't talk after the third, they'll never talk at all. The third? What?
Yeah, the third what? What the fuck?
It wasn't just any blue bloods that tortured him. It was a pod led by a young blood named Creek. Young, old, bound by blood or water. They're all the same scum. As you say, but I've learned there are some pretty big ideological rifts among that scum. The young bloods captured him, no doubt on Old Guard orders. But just an hour ago, an Old Guard was asking after Sasuke's health. They didn't want him harmed. A generous interpretation. Is Sasuke gonna be? I'm so all over the place. Everyone's the young lord. I'm the young lord. You're the young lord. We're all the young lord. I'm guessing the young bloods knew that, but they tortured him anyway. Probably because they wanted to know why they've been repeatedly ordered to capture him. Out with it. Why would they want my hound? What the blue bloods want ultimately is simple. So simple that my android can answer this one. I can? Oh no. What do the blue bloods need right now more than anything? A lot of money. Without which they can't invest in legalized nirvana. Such a shame that, but we'll be happy to pick up where they left off. So at a time when they need money, they're throwing their young bloods. I love this face. It's so silly. They're throwing their young bloods at capturing Sasuke. Ergo, capturing Sasuke must open a path for them to get their hands on lots of cash. My. I look away for a few days and suddenly my hounds skyrocketed in value. Who do I have to thank? Who raised the price on his head to such a degree? What about Sasuke makes him so valuable? I mean, I guess his skill set also. It's like one of these two. Because I don't think it's... From what we learned before, this doesn't make sense. I'm like... are we about to go to the fact that his blood might be the key here? It's like at some point I feel like this is going to come out. I'm just going to try it. Who raised the price on Sasuke's head? You did. 30 years ago. Ah, there it is. Okay, so he is the guy. He is the one. The little lord. Wow. 30 years ago, you made me replaceable when you killed everyone else who shares a drop of his blood. Sasuke is the little lord? Last descendant of the Blue Bloods' ruling families, and the only person on Earth who can get them back their fortunes. Hell of a shot in the dark. You gonna deny it? Sarah, when did the attacks, supposedly on Makoto, begin? About a year ago. What else happened about a year ago? The meeting between the Blue Bloods and the Ikaria that fell into chaos. Makoto made it out without a scratch, but only because Sasuke stepped in front of a blade for him. I can assume that Sasuke is an impressive martial artist, with very well-defined pectoids and collarbone. Thank you, Sarah. Thanks for that. But even he must have left blood on the floor that day. Yeah, he bled that day, but it's not as if he bled blue. You tell me the old guard couldn't just smell the resemblance? They didn't need intuition or guesswork. Their private security organization, Scientists, is in the business of securing crime scenes, cleaning them up, and performing paternity tests. Oh, that's true. They did say that. Could have been a whim. Could have been they were hoping to match him to DNA left by at other hound attacks. Who knows? But I would pay good money to have been a fly on the wall when they saw the results. His reaction to this information is not very strong. That's to be expected. I've just told him a bunch of information that he already knew. He already knew Sasuke was the little lord? That chess metaphor you used a minute ago might have sounded like solid reasoning if I actually played. Unfortunately for you, I find the game boring. So it struck me as very odd that a grandfather like you, equal parts doting and calculating, would ever place his heir's safety below concerns as vague as optimal play. You didn't object to Sasuke guarding Makoto because you didn't want to keep your hound. You just couldn't convince the rest of the house it was a bad idea without revealing who Sasuke really is. If he knew Sasuke was the real target and would keep getting attacked, then having him guard Makoto would actually be putting Makoto in danger. You know bonsai? They look like miniature trees, but they aren't. They're shrubs. You condition it to look like a miniature tree by pruning it daily until it stops trying to grow into what it's meant to be, and instead lives as what you want it to be. Oh my god. Took the Blue Bloods 30 years to figure out my scheme, and you solved it in, what, 48 hours? You deserve a toast. Now, I wish that sake was in the storeroom. Instead, as a reward for your effort, I'll give you a story. 30 years ago, I saw the future. Not in statistics or stock prices or consumer confidence indexes. Saw it in people's eyes. Fear and delusion. The sinking feeling that maybe everything really is made of bullshit and seafoam. That if you ever stop to look down at it, you'll fall through to the bottom. Can't warn people. They won't believe you. They'll strangle you to death for implying their boat might have a leak. Only one thing to do in times like those. Take advantage. For 1 year, we pulled back. No resistance, no bargaining. We let the Blue Bloods hungrily swallow what we had left behind. For 1 full year, we withdrew and waited and sharpened our knives. 1 year of preparation for 1 weekend in August. The hottest August on record. They left all the goddamn windows open. So it went fast. We'd show up, get to work, leave the mess for whoever cared to see it, drive up to the next address. I did 22 myself. And even had you asked me back then, I couldn't tell you the first thing about any of them. Except for the 22nd. She had firm eyes. Cold eyes. No, not that harsh. Cool eyes, like condensation on steel. And she was very brave. When I took aim at her, she blinked. Not even upset, just exasperated, like I neglected to hold the door for her. My mouth was dry. Felt like I hadn't spoken all day. I had to clear my throat to speak up so she could hear me over the babbling of the rivers she'd fled to, and the shots in the distance. Wanted to ask her why. Why out here? Why not a panic room? Why she was wearing a medical gown, and why her thighs were covered in blood. But instead, I just asked, why aren't you afraid? She said, I can't be afraid. I'm a mom now. I've always liked that answer. So when the pistol stopped ringing in my ears and I heard the baby wailing in the bushes, I felt inspired. It's tradition in our family going back centuries that the eldest child be guarded from birth by a nursemaid, typically from a branch family. My wife would be due soon, and the Hayakawa clan had been an unfortunate casualty of that month. There was an opening. Expertly done. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. I mean, I guess it's mafia, so mafia gonna be mafia, but goddamn. What the wow. But why let him live? Adonai? So that I could invent the little lord. Build your opponent a golden bridge to retreat across. You started the rumors about a survivor? So long as those fools still had hope they could reclaim their former glory, they never rallied themselves into chipping away at ours. And if they ever did become a real threat again, I'd have the world's most valuable hostage ready to put them back in check. You turned your enemy's last hope into a meat shield for your family. And eventually your personal attack dog. That was just a bonus. The heir had come of age, and so had Suzuki. He was free to choose any career in the family business at that point. He became the hound of his own accord. I'm sure. But that's just irrelevant at the end of the day. What? It helps me understand why the Blue Bloods have done what they have, but it doesn't put me any closer to proving Suzuki's innocence. But Suzuki is their little lord. If we tell people, won't that change anything? Well, for starters, we won't have any of this in court. Of course not. I can't exactly go telling the court about my exploits 30 years ago. Not when we have attorney-client privilege. But if you use your influence, if you reach out to the Blue Bloods... What? We'll work together to set Suzuki free? He killed everyone he could ever consider family, Copper. Besides a few old crooks waiting to die, anyone who shares a drop of his blood is in the ground. Most of them put there by me. Did all of that to sink the Blue Bloods. Now that they're finally ready to die, you think I'd throw them a lifeline just to protect one man? Just to keep one man out of prison? Wow. He's right. I'm not allowed to disclose anything I've learned here without his express permission. It would complicate the tax suit against my family terribly if it came out that I lied about a blood relation, wouldn't it? Sasuke's in the will, after all. That's the law. Didn't mean to run you in circles, honestly. Would have preferred you never wasted your time unearthing any of this. That's what I get on relying on him to deliver a message, I suppose. You're the one who wanted me to keep my investigation limited. Thought you'd get the picture and hurry up and make a plea deal. Negotiate the charges down to manslaughter. Get this all squared away so we can focus on fighting this damn audit. Audit? Sasuke is on trial for his life. Sasuke is sworn to protect this family with his life. I'm respecting his wishes. If he does go to prison, the Blue Bloods will die knowing their little lord is alive, but permanently beyond their reach, rotting in a cell for killing their own men in defense of their own worst enemy. I can see why you wouldn't mind that outcome. A hostage that you're never willing to sacrifice isn't a hostage, just a babysitting gig. Jesus. Spared his life 30 years ago. This doesn't even cover his interest. So Sasuke's always just been a tool for you? A hostage you'd protect until the perfect use came along? I've always wondered. You tools appreciate that part. When they're used properly. Right. What do you think, Copper? Does Sasuke have any complaints? Holy. That doesn't make sense. Huh? Sasuke is a veteran. He served in the military. Did you grant your hostage permission to go risk his life for the country instead of you? It's not like he was one of those Minutemen they throw at walls. He was never in any real danger. What about as your hound? Deadly assassination and infiltration missions? He could have died during any of them. Why let your perfect hostage, your obedient tool, take on such dangerous work? Why give him your last name? Why let him live under your roof? Raise him like a son? Why trust him with protecting the life of your son, your grandson? Why are you lying and pretending you don't? Pardon my android's outburst, sir. I'll have to adjust our conversational parameters later. Just don't bother. Just rip its voice box out entirely if it's going to speak over a man under his own roof. Jesus. God damn Copper. Next the furniture will be telling me what I feel about my own damn family. Raise him like a son, what bullshit. I have no son. Counselor, do your damn job and tell Sasuke to do his. Now. Ugh. I'm sorry. That wasn't very butler-like behavior just now. It's fine. It was a good play in that moment. But, do you think he meant that? I don't know. You think he meant it when he said he has no son? Makoto is Daisuke's grandson. If he has no sons, then the previous heir that Sasuke grew up guarding must have been Makoto's mother? Hi. Is it safe to assume everyone in your family has severe trust issues? I have no issues with trust myself. As you've seen, the house has very particular preferences when it comes to information siloing. Fancy words. You could have just told me who you are. I told you my name and my position in the house. Is it relevant that I'm married, that I'm a mother? Should I be flattered? Oh, shit. You told me you work for Arya Holdings. You didn't mention you're at least the second most powerful member of the house. If I had to tell people that, it wouldn't really be true, now would it? You could have told me your relation to Sasuke. He guarded you every day of your life up until you were 19. 19. He's your goddamn brother. I see. Okay. So that message you wanted me to pass along, if you see a way out, take it. You wanted him to try and make a deal with the Blue Bloods to get out from under the house. If Sasuke merely gave them what they wanted, I'm sure there would be dozens of Blue Bloods ready to confess to the crimes he's accused of. So you knew. If you thought he could parse that message, that means Sasuke... He's not an unintelligent man. Really stubborn about all the most frustrating things.
What did the Blue Bloods want? Okay, yeah, what? Wow, that was a lot of information that I'm not sure is going to matter or not in the court. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. This is a hell of a web. Ah. What do the Blue Bloods want from Sasuke precisely? A blood donation? One sample will not suffice. They need to be able to validate their accounts, whatever called for. Daily blood donations, then. I told you, the old guard wants to become nobility. How do they cement the alliances amongst the aristocracy of old? They want Sasuke to marry? But the old guard are old. I'm out! Suzuki's already got as much blue in his veins as they could ask for. They don't need him to marry into them. They need him to marry into power. Not the worst thing to have asked of you. Have you ever been in an arranged marriage? Don't call it a gift. You were the heir apparent up until Makoto was born. All that time, Suzuki was your bodyguard and driver. And poison taster, though that would most often entail me giving him concoctions to try. But his assignment actually ended when I married. Subtracting Makoto's age, that had to have been over a decade ago. So he joined the military the moment he didn't have to shadow you anymore. And after he got back, he asked to become the Hound. Guy must really hate guard dirty. He must. Isuki. Back up a moment. Your father didn't want me uncovering Suzuki's parentage. Most likely because he didn't want Suzuki to know the strength of his own bargaining position. But you told me to pass Suzuki a message. That he'd only understand if he already knew who his parents were. So how long has he known, and how long have you known he's known? And when did Daisuke cease knowing who knows what? What? Around the time Suzuki left for the military. Hell of a thing to find out at your entrance physical. It was before he left for the military, actually. Did that influence his decision? Suzuki finds out he could be the richest man in the city, and then he wants to risk dying in battle? Quite the guilty class consciousness. I don't know exactly what did or didn't influence his decision to join the military back then. I'd have to ask him. I apologize for any gaps in knowledge you've had to work around. But hopefully you now understand how delicate of a situation you found yourself in. Yeah, I can smell the explosives and hear the fuses sizzling. I just don't get why no one's ever gone over to stomp them out. If Suzuki's known this whole time why the Blue Bloods wanted to capture him, why didn't he tell us? Because he's a stubborn man working for a highly secretive family. That I get. What I don't get is why he didn't defect the moment he learned the truth. Who knows? You'll have to work out the rest with him. I've given you all the aid my position allows. I suppose it was kind of you to share information with us at all. Being in charge of the legitimate side of your family, you don't have any connection with this incident yourself. No connection with this incident. That's not quite accurate. Oh shit. What have we done? What have we opened? Pardon? You do have a connection to this case, even if you yourself don't recognize it. I found a note by the body of the Blue Blood who took Suzuki captive. It read M. Ikaria. This is one of the men who attacked my son? I imagine a note with this name is the least of what you found. They've never been after your son, not once. It's always been about capturing Suzuki, and Makoto's just been in the crossfire. Which Suzuki knows, which explains his reluctance to accept the responsibility of guarding Makoto. So I seriously doubt this dead man would be interested in Makoto Ikaria. Mirai Ikaria, however, has no relation to the world that dead man lived in. That was decided the day she was born. But you do have a relation to Renijin. Makoto mentioned your family was given one seat on the board as a show of respect. I take it that's a deception too. You may have let Renijin go public, but you've never given up control of it. The rest of the board must be your family's puppets. But that doesn't matter. What matters is what Renijin makes, and the prices it charges.
Renogen is best known for the patenting of metinformulin, a patent which expired years ago. Plenty of other companies making it now. And yet, the price tag hasn't gone down. The invisible hand sets price where it will. Sure, but this is your invisible hand. A normal corporation couldn't strong-arm its competitors into keeping prices high. That'd be operating as a cartel. But the reincarnation of the Icaria drug cartel would know exactly how to go about that without getting caught. If that were true, it'd be much easier than you make it out to be. The right email signature, the right package delivered to the right address, the right look. These executive types scare easy when the perceived threat is anything bordering on the physical. Of course it helps the end result was we all profit immensely. But yes, metinformulin is very lucrative. What of it? That dead man, Creek, had a brother with expensive tuition and TAD. Type 2 abnormal diabetes? Right. Oh, wait, sorry, hold on. This is a different thing. Not exposure to specific artificial sweeteners and seemingly cannot be reversed. Oh, wait, okay, I see. Tell me which artificial sweetener can originate. Urban food deserts is well documented. See. Well, the cost of changing. Well, Renogen's original populate. Patent expired. And there are generic versions of the medication available. Prices remain high even for drugs. Renogen is maintained. But metinformulin is sold at the proper market value and suggests that state mandated. I see. What does health insurance even do? Jesus. Tingling sensation fingers. Why? Jesus. Okay. He'll need metinformulin for the rest of his life. And he really ought to choose the proper insurance plan, don't you think? I don't get the impression that family member coverage is a benefit that Blue Bloods offer. I suppose even the Mob Act has its limits. Yes, one could find the name of Emicaria in relation to the Renogen board if they looked hard enough. So you think this Creek individual was going to threaten me? Come up to me on the street with a knife, a gun? You wouldn't get within 100 meters. I don't doubt that. Now, the rest of this is speculation, but he might have just wanted to contact you. That would have been even less likely to succeed. So you truly don't care that his brother needs this medicine? Suzuki is like a brother to you, and you've gone out of your way to try and help him even when you stand to gain nothing from it. Yes, but I wouldn't expect my enemies to be impressed by the effort. How would you feel if they laughed at your effort? Sarah? Zara? My apologies. New android, still adapting to conversation. You know what we sold? Back before Renogen? Before the facade of nobility, back when we were the Icaria cartel? Opioids? Yes. It was still illegal back then. But not for everyone. Take the exact same compounds, put them in an extended release pill, and sell it at the pharmacy. And that's just pain management. It's all the same poison. Equally addictive whether you get it from a dealer or a doctor. Have you ever seen someone go through opioid withdrawal? Like taking a wine opener to your stomach for 7 days straight, they testified. Pain like that eats people alive, slowly, and replaces them with something unrecognizable. A loving parent would steal from their own child if they thought it could buy them a release from that kind of pain. Painkillers, what a joke! Does Renogen produce painkillers? No, we do not. People die if they don't get the medicine they need, and I'm sure their family mourns them. But addicts die a little more every day of their life, until the day they finally fade out forever, and their family feels disgusted with themselves for breathing a sigh of relief. Plenty of kinds of evil in this world, little girl. Plenty to choose from. For real people like us, if you don't choose, The choice is made for you.
Oh.
Now wipe that look off your face and access the following address.
Okay. Jesus Christ. She's scary. This is insane. Oh my god. Bringing in like the finer points of like healthcare and shit. God damn. Okay. We are gonna take that ad break. I guess I don't actually know how much. I'm so. Oh my god. I mean, obviously we're gonna keep going. I don't know. I could easily see this becoming like last time, where it just kind of keeps going, and I don't want to stop. But we'll see what we can do. But until then, until we get back, take care of yourselves. Food, water, med stretch, bathroom, and we'll be back soon. It's been a nice time today. Very, very cool stuff today. For sure, for sure. Okay, what do I want to play? Oh, let's do one of these. Yeah. Okay. See you in a sec. At some point, I will play Hat in Time on here in some way, because I really need to. It's so good. I was definitely, I've said it before, I was inspired by Yuna doing the mods for it. But I am back. I am back. That's not today. Today's different game. Is this game. Let's go. Now, wipe that look off your face and access the following address. That. You have that memorized? But this portal is not listed or linked to anywhere on the site. I know. But it still works fine. By law, we have to have it, but we can't be blamed if the website is poorly designed. You know I need to spawn at crybaby college students looking for coupons to help pay for medication. You might want to start there. Thank you. Archivo. Wow. Don't thank me. Don't. I can't stand it. Just save Suzuki's life. Oh. Don't know how you pulled that off. Adonai? They do consistently refer to themselves as a house. Perhaps they simply value family more than you think. Damn. You go, Sarah. Right. Now we're back here. So where should we begin? What do you mean? I'm afraid I don't have anything new to tell you. Stopping about all the most frustrating things, was it? I'm your lawyer, Suzuki. We're sworn to always do what's best for our clients, their rights, and their privacy. To an extent that many consider extreme, we are unable to disclose incriminating or otherwise problematic information that our clients give to us, no matter the circumstances. This whole system is designed to benefit the defendant. Let me adjust the mic a little bit. There we go. So it really upsets me when I find out that my clients are lying to me about vital information that could help me save their lives. You're troubled by the nature of my work as the Hound. You're adopted! Yes, from the Hayakawa. That's bullshit. You know it, I know it. And people whose opinions you respect know it. Fine. All members of the military have extensive DNA samples on record. If I subpoint Alright, stop. Jesus. Morgan's going at it, going hard. Just stop. Does the military keep all its members' DNA on record? I don't know, probably, right? Shit. Yes, I know what you were referring to. Even before I knew, I did wonder. If you've known about your real family for more than a decade, why haven't you ever... Because it doesn't matter. Try telling that to the Blue Bloods. They've been risking a gang war for over a year trying to get to you. That's their choice. It has nothing to do with me. How can you... I'm appalled, Sasuke. How could a brave soldier serving the House of Ikaria allow violence to continue when he knows he could stop it? A worthy attempt, counselor. Damn. Sorry. Guess I'm not used to having to persuade people to act in their own best interest. Or that of their family. Family? The Ikaria raised me, fed me, taught me how to read, write, walk. They gave me a home, a purpose. They're using you. They need me. They've got a funny way of showing it. I owe everything to them, and nothing to the dead. They're only dead because the man you call a father murdered them. He did that a long time ago, to people I've never met. You'll have to forgive me if I'm short on empathy for complete strangers. I love Fire Emblem Fates. Wow, this is so awesome. Aunts, uncles, cousins, parents, siblings. You can't call them complete strangers, Sasuke. Can't I? The Ikaria are my family. Nothing will change that. Nothing ever could. Let's test that. What? Pardon? The state thinks you murdered a cop. They'll make sure no one ever thinks of you. Ever thinks of following your example. I cannot read anymore. This is a lot going on now. Let me repeat that. The full brunt of the police stage is about to fall directly on the back of your neck. Hammer. Nail. I'm not afraid of prison. You ever been in one? What? No, They shave you. What? When you're convicted, they shave you. For hygiene. It's not for hygiene. Are you talking about that virtual work release thing? Do they fit you for skull caps? Not right away. They don't do that to people. Put a man in chains, strip him naked, sew his mouth shut. He'll still recognize himself in the mirror. He's still a person. But shave his head, give him a uniform, and make him sit in the dark with 500 others who have been treated the same. He starts to forget. Forget that he's a person. After you're so bored, you're seeing constellations in concrete, and after you're scratching your skin raw just to feel something new, that's when they ask if you'd like a job. After people stop being people. How could you even know any of that? Jesus. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Never mind. I'll look over here. Hi, Sliv. Yo. Hope you're doing well. Good to see you, homie. Meow. How could you say that? Meow. Yeah, I hope you're doing well. I'm a defense attorney, Sasuke. Who else gets to see the inside of a prison and walk away afterwards? Makoto sent me himself, so you never actually took your one phone call, did you? I take my phone and call Hanakim. The Blue Bloods will volunteer a fall guy to confess to these crimes, and you'll walk free. After which, you'll become one of the richest men in the city overnight. It's not... If you're at all curious, I have done some calculations to estimate the extent of your familial holdings. The number is quite remarkable, though I suppose I haven't taken taxes into account. Thank you for the attendance check. Hell yeah. No one's asking you to abandon the Ikaria. You could become their greatest ally. Together, your families would... I know exactly what would happen if I made that deal. I won't do it. Why the hell not? Why not, Suzuki? You're forgetting a few small details involved in this process. Namely, disowning the people who raised me my entire life and claiming myself before the world as the son of people I've been fighting since I was a teenager. How shameless do you think I am? Daisuke, that man raised me like his own son, and in return, I can't throw away the name he gave me just for goddamn money. Treat your men as you would your own beloved sons, and they will follow you into the deepest valley. Is that it? You would rather rot in prison as an Ikaria than live in luxury as a blue blood? Gladly. Oh, the colors. The colorship was like kind of awesome there. Damn. This is my answer, Morgan. If you try and use my parentage in the trial tomorrow, I'll dismiss you as my counsel and change my plea to guilty. If that's your answer, then that's your answer. You're the client. What you say goes. Right? So, if you somehow last another night without the cops smothering you in your sleep, we'll need some kind of strategy when we go into court tomorrow. Of course we will. And what are your thoughts on the matter? I might have found a window of opportunity. A chance that someone other than you had the means, motive, and opportunity to commit these crimes. Have you remembered anything else about your captivity? Maybe. Go over it again and I extrapolate somewhat. Or a lot. We'll need to be prepared. You're going to be called to the stand tomorrow. All I need to do is keep silent, right? You better not. I'll be the one asking the questions. You're going to call him to testify? What do you expect me to say up there? I want you to tell the truth, of course. I want you to tell the court exactly how you were set free. Huh? Isn't that, like, really... Never mind. Alright. You good taking another night shift? He's infuriating, but I'd rather he didn't get shanked at the moment. Of course, Adonai. Detective London will be back shortly, and I'll make sure Suzuki's monitored all night. What is it? You're gonna ask me to explain his decision? As I'm done trying at this point. I don't think his decision is that confusing. He wants to be loyal to the people who've shown loyalty to him. Shown loyalty? Do you need a microscope to see it? You spot any members of the noble house of Icaria around here? Are they hiding under a box somewhere? People who've shown loyalty to him historically. His decision doesn't confuse me, but his choice of words. He considers the Icaria his true family, yet he again spoke of a debt to them. That seemed odd to me. What do you think? I don't know. Do they really shave everyone in prison? Or was that another bluff? Not everyone, no. Only everyone who can't pay the fees. Jesus. Morgan's apartment. A good puzzle feels satisfying to complete. Like a good story, it maintains its appeal even when viewed in hindsight. A bad puzzle doesn't make sense after you finish it. The picture's there, but it's muddled, vague, and you feel like an idiot for bothering to piece it together. Sasuke Ikari is that kind of puzzle. I fit every edge to every edge just so, but the result wasn't satisfying. An infuriating client to cap off a frustrating case. Having to keep track of what the cops know, what the Blue Bloods know, what the Ikaria are hiding, what Emma's thinking, what I've learned, what I know to be true, what I can prove, and what I can actually say. And even after all that, getting kneecapped when my client refuses to play his best cards. I want to clear my head. Or maybe empty it. What? Oh. Huh. Interesting. Bake! I'm not hungry. Baking is satisfying. Applied chemistry, which is just applied math. But the cleanup isn't fun. When I don't have a neighbor I'm trying to butter up or a client to visit, everything just sits in my freezer until I end up throwing it out. Sarah seems to shovel it all down without complaint, but she's not here now. When I was still slaving away at that witch's office, I never wanted for hungry mouths. Coworkers will eat anything you leave out in a break room. If I ever get truly desperate to hide evidence, I'll just bake it into a pie and find an office birthday party to crash. It'll be gone without a trace in minutes. Damn. I wanted to see Morgan bakings. Fucked up. Not in the mood for people watching. Sometimes, if I let my eyes unfocus, the massive foot traffic on the streets below melds into one dark amoeba, curling slightly at its edges as it squirms along the petri dish of the world around me. Its edges lost beyond the horizon, which can be zen in its own way. True. I'm guessing that's what people see in ant farms, but I wouldn't know. Who the hell would want more insects crawling around their house? Jesus. But also, I mean, fair. True. Whereas TV. Don't feel like finding something to stream. Sarah's messed up all Sarah's messed up all my recommendations anyway. My homepages used to be great, tuned to a T. I get closed circuit footage of industrial machine accidents and gun disassemblies with no commentary in the title. Now it's all street workout videos and film director tier lists. If the end result isn't my internet history, it looks a little more random to an outsider, I guess I can forgive it, but if she ever gets me added to mailing lists for diet supplements, I'm fully revoking her net access. I will say she's kind of real for the, like, ASMR, wanting the, like, ASMR stuff to just kind of vibe to. Like, that is kind of, it's kind of based, actually. I get that. This is pointless. As well close my eyes and wait. Even staring daggers into the backs of my own eyelids would do me more good than this. Whatever this is. Beep. Hey, cool kid. Go to jail for starting this pyramid scheme of an extracurricular activity. Does that help or hurt your chances of becoming a lawyer? You're trying to recruit members because if you don't hit critical mass, this all falls apart. It's exactly like a pyramid scheme. Well, I don't know that I can give you advice since I'm only a member on paper, but if you want to start a club for solving mysteries, maybe you should, solve one first.
I don't know. Ask questions. Talk to people, I guess. Record what they say. Take notes and think hard. Oh, you never know. You can be pretty persuasive, or at least entertaining. I mean, I'm still sitting here for some reason, right? Oh, guess I fell asleep after all. It's still dark out, though. What time is it? 5 in the morning? I'm late for for court. It says 9:40 on my phone. Except for 30 minutes? That's it? Oh, damn. What the hell's going on with me today? Ugh. Am I really about to give up and start scrolling on my phone? Oh no. No, don't fall for it. No. The endless content. TM. I should check my temperature. There might be something wrong with me. I don't feel like going to find the thermometer. How about a bet? 300 says the first article that pops up is an advertisement. It's always good news every night. Beloved school janitor given dance-off salute by students after having to postpone retirement for third time. Jesus. Double or nothing. Federal investigators recovered Dennings girl. Well, congrats on no longer being kidnapped. You just cost me 600, you little shit. Jesus. The nation rejoices tonight as the daughter of renowned philanthropist Joseph Dennings has been confirmed home safe and sound. As a playbook, or federal investigators created by a playbook that was ultimately to check on new challenges. Let's see, incorporate. Frontlines with heads up display services cracked open. Previously uncharted market of active duty armed forces member. What? To the front lines with. Huh? Huh. Everything reliant. Oh, that's gross as fuck. Ew. Hate that. Just like advertising to fucking soldiers of the stuff they should be fighting for. I didn't mean to. Oops. Let's bring it back up. Okay. Jennings thought that he'd finally get to spend time with his family, and he graciously stepped down as the CEO to focus on his philanthropy, while also serving as COO and advisory role. His daughter was kidnapped on her way home from school, and an attack investigators described as meticulously planned and flawlessly executed. When the fictitious attackers contacted the Dennings family and demanded an exorbitant ransom of an undisclosed amount. Dennings is not a lesser man. His first 20 hours are essential. Searching a map for the young Dennings girl, they mapped out the psychology of the kidnappers themselves. We were really described this as a terrorist act. Look, the words you choose. I've seen. Carrying out the attack in a so-called quartet formation considered. The signature of the military's elite hostage retrieval squad. This feels like it's going to end up being related to my case, but I don't know how yet. Korean handbooks copy what they see with military scenes with this. Carried out with so much as a shot fired. Seems like that. Unfortunately for the suspects are as unique as fingerprints. We had warrants to search all 4 suspects' properties within the hour. Most time, less dignified members of the press questioned the nature of this horrific crime, asking pointed questions about a possible relationship between Mr. Dennings' past work and the suspects' military backgrounds. Which... Is that weird? Special investigator and Ais, technical and Solkov, Greenfield, and Beckham. Together they... Okay. Let me... I kind of want to check something real quick. I'm going to crap the names. Just have that on the side for a second. I really am curious if this is anything specific or relevant. Okay, so there's not a Beckham, there's not an Ais, Solkov and Hill. No. Well, hold on. I do want to, because these are nicknames, right? So it's like, is there some weird ass connection, or is it just kind of like whatever right now? It feels like there might be something at some point, but yeah, I guess not. Okay. I may be overthinking this. What are the chances I see that name?
Perfect timing, actually. It was there. Hold on. Was there a name in there? Where is it? Kidnapping resolved. Uh. Meh, 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 meh. I read. Meh, 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 meh. Because I don't see. I don't see anyone that I would have done stuff with. I mean, maybe I just need to keep going for now. I don't know. Maybe I'm overthinking that. Because they said, okay. Yeah, because he was that. Like, they don't actually show her name. It seem like. You say Dennings girl. I'm actually a little confused what we're looking at here. Maybe I should keep going. Or, actually, hold on. One more thing. Oh, okay, I should just keep going. Maybe chewing out Murray for keeping me in the dark is just the nightcap I need. That woman was like a black cat. Hang on, that knock doesn't sound like Murray. 1 second. Also, before. An important message. Okay, there we go. Oi! That voice almost sounds like, open up already, you shit! I better check the door cam. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Something Pringles can. Detective, is that you? Open up! Pardon? Oh! Open up. Hang on, are you? Oh my god. What the fuck? Are you? What the hell? Don't be you can't hear me, little creep. You little creep. Detective Reyes, are you drunk? Yes. No. It's a crime for you to ask me that. Oh. I can just wave my badge hello to the door cam. And my door just unlocks like that? That cannot be legal. Oh, it's not legal. What? Wait, what model of door is it? Oh my god. Oh, cute face. Reyes, what the fuck? Yeah, for this model door, it is honey. It is legal for me to unlock your door like that. Guess Han had a point. Needing to make spare keys is a fair trade-off to avoid this bullshit. And since you just invited me in, I did not. Here I am, above the book. What is happening right now? Why is your ceiling all the way up there? Who'd you kill to get a place this huge? Why are you here? What the fuck? What do you even do with this much space? Hang out for the raptors like a bat? Echo? 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 Detective, this is absurd. Does anyone even know you're... Does anyone know you're here? What? Let me check. Detective oh no.
Detective Reyes, badge number 10806, reporting on all channels. Self-assignment, protective service of suspected criminal. What, huh? Criminal target. Threat assessed as medium to low. Target capabilities. Not a threat to self or others. Reporting in from. What's your address? Do not dox me to every cop in the city, Reyes. Reporting in from address withheld. Any copies? Over. Copy. Copy. Cam saw you entering the building. Copy. Reading your bottom my monitor. We got you 10:0806. Have a quiet night. They all just are like, she's fucking drunk. Ignore this. Are you finished? Hey, where's the snowball? What? She raised her hands in a rough approximation of something cloud-shaped. Snowball, well, matcha ball. Real matcha ball. That's a great name for Sarah. Sarah's doing her job. Likely story. You'd probably make her sleep in a coffin in the parking garage. Going off of David's setup, she might be more comfortable if I did. Is this booze? That's water. Ugh, God. Can I do something for you this evening, detective? Or did you come here just to critique my interior decorating and knock shit over? I came here because I'm drunk. And I'm drunk because you're in danger. What? Their way around. I drank because I was pissed, and cousin everyone else told me to go home, even though he shot a guy only a few hours ago. I'm the one who's too emotional and too useless. So I came here to catch a bad guy. Huh? Because you are defending that cop killer. Uh-huh. Who's also an orca killer, a whale cop killer, killer whale cop. Every goddamn idiot in the city wants to shoot him. And also you, because you're his stinking lawyer. Thanks. And I'm a cop. Cops are supposed to protect people. Even stinky lawyer. Stinky lawyer. Thanks. So I'll park myself right here and catch the next assassin they send after you. And lock them up and throw away the key. And if I accidentally save your life too, that's okay. What the even if you don't deserve it. You could have just stopped talking. I can stop talking easy. What the fuck? Do you really not have anything to drink? I'm not sure what to drink with you, detective. Who invited you? Oh my god. You're the host, do whatever, but I'm gonna do what I gotta do, and where the hell's the screw top? If I have to host a drunk detective race for the rest of the night, as I evidently do, suppose I needn't force myself to go through the ordeal sober. I'll get a bottle opener, detective. Oh shit. I said I'll get it. Oh no, what is happening? What, Reyes, why? What are you doing? Wait, this is the best part. They're just watching car videos. No way. What the fuck? Wait. This is the best part of the vid. Where he breaks down the horsepower. For years, they all abided by this gentleman's agreement where the engines would have horsepower capped as 270 or so. To avoid this, like, arms race of engineering in a country with such a huge street racing scene. Right? But the crazy part is, it was only ever on paper. They were building and selling cars with 300 plus horsepower, and they all just listed the horsepower as 270 domestically. Yeah? And God, everybody knew it. I mean, they were selling the same car with the same engine, the same goddamn torque rating in two different countries, and they were saying, oh, I don't know, I think it's only 276. That's crazy. I was born in the wrong generation. I'll die without even knowing what gasoline smells like. Okay, whatever, Reyes. You don't need that. It's fine. Gasoline is odorless. What? It's odorless. They added a strong smell during refinement so that leaks could be noticeable. That's natural gas, you dummy. Scared me for a second, jeez. If you're gonna try and ruin something for me that I never even had a chance of experiencing, you better get it right. No difference between gas and gasoline.
So, you knew Chopin.
You knew Chopin. God. We dated, okay? Happy?
Oh. I wouldn't have guessed that. For how long?
Once. Once? Which is not a lot. Duh. I know. It was just a shitty date. Wore his uniform like I was supposed to salute. And God, was he cheap. I said, what'd you tip the bartender? And he got all confused. He just handed me 2 cans. Why would I tip? Because you tipped the goddamn bartender, man. That's why. I always tell when someone grew up with money. Maybe they just can't hide it. Maybe none of them ever learned the decency to try. Rockford's not so bad. I mean, it's obvious still, but the airhead part kind of offsets it.
Yeah, that's... What do you mean? Emma comes from money?
Guess even you can tell a joke. Worst date I've ever been on. Waitress looked like she was gonna stab him. You'd think he was allergic to salt with all the nitpicking he did. And then he has the balls to tip 10%.
That is bad.
Oh, what do you know? You probably haven't been on a date since the 60s.
Jesus! How old do you think I am? I was talking about the tip.
What tip? Oh, the tip. Well, yeah, but still. Do you even have a dating profile? Or do you just hang around funeral homes and castles and shit looking for other creatures of the night?
Of the night. I don't have a dating profile. You met Chopin through an app?
Yeah, a dating app for cops.
There's a dating app for cops?
Yeah, just for cops. Just for all.
Why is it called Just for All if it's just for cops?
It's a
Oh, it's a pun. Well, not really a pun. Wordplay.
play on words for justice for all. The cop catchphrase. We say it all the time when we catch people. There's an app for everyone. Probably even lawyers with sun allergies.
I don't think there's an app for me. A killer dating app.
Hold on, let me project a hologram of the world's smallest violin out of my eye socket. Apps suck anyway. This one I matched, she was terrible. Her teeth, she was trying to smile or some shit. She was all teeth. I think it was her first kiss. You remember your first?
Okay, so Reyes is like bi icon. That's awesome. I guess. I don't know why everyone's always so concerned with first.
What does that mean?
Don't worry about it.
I have never once given a second thought to anything you say, so get that straight. Wanted to slap wanted to slap the dumb guy's dumb face at the end of the date. But then I didn't even recognize him. When Lon and I came in, he was face down. Whole floor, blood. Just blood and paper. Couldn't turn him over. Had to preserve the scene. Just had to leave him there.
Sorry.
Sorry. I'm not sorry, I'm angry.
You seem to get angry a lot.
You've been to anger management. You know what that's about?
Managing anger?
Keeping calm. Not letting emotions control you. I'm great at all of that.
Uh-huh. If you say so.
I do say so. With what I'm feeling most of the time, I'm a goddamn saint with how calm I stay. I'm just too small. Little hole in the bottom of a big water tower. Fills up faster than it'll ever drain. If I was big, I'd trample this whole city down long, long before my anger's gone. Aw. Didn't even seem like people from the hall. Just two people-shaped things, face down in blood.
Suzuki and Chopin. They were both face down?
What?
Yeah, what? Oh, wait. What the fuck? Because Rogers was cuffing Suzuki on the ground.
Rogers would have clutched. That guy couldn't cuff a cow.
A cow?
I don't know. Something that cuff easy.
A dress shirt.
Oh, what do you want? A round of applause. Everyone clap for the world's greatest
Wordsmith?
Just shut up.
Wait. So that's new. A little bit, maybe. Persuading her to remove her shoes and socks before tossing her up the stairs was the very upper limit of my patience. Making it off the floor and onto the bed is up to her. I don't care. I can sleep on my couch. I can sleep in my chair if I had to. I can fall asleep in any position, actually. It's not actually worth bragging about, especially to myself. So now a homicide detective knows where I live. Guess the address is on the business card, outside of a home office. At least it's fun to imagine how sick she'll be tomorrow. Can't remember a time I got that drunk, thankfully. Can't remember a time I got that mad. And the last time I cried. Screw this. Introspection's a scam. I'm not nearly so flushed that I could afford to waste time on it. Damn. Oh my god, stop smiling like that. Yes, you found a teacher's missing key card. No, you're not Sherlock Holmes. Whoever this lawyer was. Oh, I'm sure. You're gonna be the most popular kid in school overnight now. Well, I wasn't being that sarcastic. You better hope it's somewhat true. Deadline for your little club sign-up period is next week, isn't it? Actually, you'll need to find 4 members. I'm gonna be out that day. Family thing. Aw. The face. You show everyone puppy dog eyes that pathetic. Look, if you're gonna be a lawyer, you need to get better at reading fine print. See, you need 5 members to found a club, but you have at least 2 students present at the qualification time. You can get an extension. I mean, even you can get 1 person to join, right? Just use that winning personality of yours. It's a family thing. I can't say no. Nothing. I didn't say anything. What the fuck is that? Oh, are we actually back to court now? You must have weighed me down over 5 times. I've been in private banks with less active security than this. Were they private banks that recently had a shoot? Or were they private banks that had recently had a shooting? No. Then the comparison seems flawed. Armed guards in the halls, drones outside the windows, androids standing firm in the streets, triple spectrum scans at every entrance. They really rolled out the red carpet for you this time. They were this concerned, why didn't they just move the trial outside of the city? The district attorney said as much, but the city council overrode them. The district attorney? You mean Miss Rockford? Miss Rockford's boss. Word of the attack yesterday is already trickling out. They can't afford to delay, or it'll look like they've been successfully intimidated. There's such a thing as overcompensating. Not on the stage of security theater. Were you able to look over the DNA analysis that Sinus completed, Adonai? Their report on the bindings? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. Sweat matches DNA of Sasuke. Skin is Sasuke. Blood matches Sasuke and Miller. Okay. I see. Wait. Go back. Fuck. Said the blood matches that. Okay. Anyway. Which, actually, I guess that does make sense if the knife was used on... Yeah, that makes sense if the knife had been used on Miller and then was... Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Okay. Gave me a lot to think about on the ride over. You're looking much better. Oh, yeah, I actually didn't think about that. He is.
I don't feel better. They gave me some sort of injection last night. Woke up in much more pain. But they still insisted on taking off all of my bandages. Some sort of injection? Suzuki consented to have, or to intravenous injection of a recovery accelerant at 9:33 p.m. last night. You consented without knowing what it was? I nodded. Thought it would help me sleep. Oh my god, dude. That interrogation room 4 isn't exactly ideal for rest. Spoiled brat. This is the same guy who was confidently telling me he was fine with going to jail. Jesus. What about you, Adonai? Were you able to get any rest? I slept like a rock. Eventually. Okay. Didn't even wake up when a certain unwelcome guest stumbled out the door in the early morning. Thank God. I was like, yeah, like, we really went past that one, like, really fast. Okay, so she just left. Alright. But it was an accelerant, huh? I thought there was something familiar about this discomfort. Gave it to us back in the military on occasion. Felt faster, but it still takes the same toll overall. This means while I feel like all my bruises are fresh. Why'd they wait until now to start giving Suzuki medical attention, though? Emma must have realized it was getting a bit silly, trying to accuse you of murdering 5 people when you look like you had been thrown through a windshield. Uh-oh. Don't worry, Suzuki. You're still handsome, even without the rugged edge that your injuries provided. Hearing that doesn't make me happy, you know. Then why are you blushing? Baby. It's not like you're spotless. You still have a mark under your left eye. Oh, I've had that since birth. Oh. I was told once that it's charming. Why'd you bring it up? Is it not charming? So needy. Okay. Alright, calm down, calm down. Let's just go in the courtroom. Stretch really quick. Okay. Court time. Actually, let me get a drink really. Yeah, let me get a little bit of sip of water real quick. Since it is like court time. To refill this before or during the next break. Okay. I hear. Let me make sure. Okay, yeah, we're good. Thank you for clarifying that for the court, detective. That was the same story you told me yesterday down in the lower wards. He and Reyes were second on scene, so they focused on clearing the lower floors before meeting with Rogers. Good to have it on the record so I can look it over. Okay. Got it. As for the next item on the docket, calling the defendant to testify. Seems like it's gonna be a nothing burger. Not entirely, Your Honor. My client waives his right to decline. Does he now? What are we? Yeah, what are we? What are we trying to do this for? Oh, let me save really quick. Excuse me. Yeah, I'm not actually like I'm not super sure why we're doing this. I gotta be honest. But okay. Suzuki Ikaria. I'm head of personnel security at the Ikaria Financial Group. And the IFG, that's a family-run, small business, mom-and-pop operation, I take it? Family-run. Well, Mr. Ikaria, I feel like the court already has a strong understanding of the circumstances you found yourself in. How were you captured and tortured by these 4 known criminals? Or how you were captured and tortured by these 4 known criminal associates, all of whom are now dead. How you were found standing over the body of Officer Chopin. I suppose all anyone can ask is, what do you have to say for yourself? I can only tell you what I remember, even if that's mostly pain. How about after the pain? How did it end? Woke up to the feeling of my blood drying on my skin. Familiar sensation for a head of personnel security, I assume. Objection. I can answer. It was a novel experience. I pulled off my thanks, dude. I pulled off my blindfold and felt like I'd stepped into the desert. Light flaring in my eyes, heart thumping in my temple. But I realized there's a gun in my waistband. The indicator showed it was spent. Didn't know what to make of it. Does this gun look familiar to you, Mr. Karia? Yes, that's the same gun. Let the record show that the witness has admitted to wielding the same Mag US used to kill 2 of the victims. Is that wielding or just picking it up? Actually, to be fair, they would use that as wielding, so never mind. Whatever. Is this okay? I have no clue. I stumbled forward towards the door, and past it, the whole room seemed red. And after that, you don't remember? Anything else you'd like to say to the court, Mr. Ikaria, before we finish? There is one more thing I recall. Oh god. I remember holding my sword. Oh, great. Thanks, dude. You fucker. You remember holding your sword. Ugh, that ain't good. That's very interesting of you to say, Mr. Karia. It was on the ground and it's important to me, so I bent over and picked it. It was on the ground? Does he mean stabbed in the ground or just on the ground? Do you recall the next thing you did with that sword, Mr. Ikaria? No. The next thing I know, I'm being transported and read my rights. I see. Your Honor, do you feel we need to continue? The questioning? The trial. Ouch! Ready to begin cross-examination at any time, Your Honor. If you insist. Round 1, fight! Surely we're past round 1 by now. Okay. Right. I forgot I was gonna bring up my little notes to kind of make sure I had that written down. Hold on. Let me set that up. There we go. Wait, I should do it. Sorry, I'm overthinking this. Okay. So cut bindings. Yoru and Magus, which I should probably just be like gun. Okay. I woke up in that room blindfolded and in pain. Okay. Managed to untie my bindings and stumble forward. I feel like that's the lie, right? That's when I noticed the gun sticking out of my brace band. I was alarmed, but the ammo was already spent. When I stepped through the door, everything on the other side was red. Fair, there's a lot of blood. All I could think to do was bend down to pick Yoru up off the floor. I guess that one's weird too, right? The next thing I know, I was in an ambulance having my rights read to me. Sasuke isn't lying about anything, is he? No, he's just subconsciously glossing over a certain key detail. All the trial prep in the world can't undo multiple concussions, I suppose. Okay, I think I know what they want me to do here. Yeah, so that... Cut. Good. Because there was like one other thing I was like, I wonder if they were going to make me ask about the sword being on the ground. But no, this is it. Suzuki couldn't have untied his way out of his bindings. Not when they were very clearly cut by something sharp. Objecting to a statement from your own client now? What do you mean, Morgan? These pieces of cloth were recovered from the room where you were held, Sasuke, and they've very clearly been cut. You didn't struggle your way out, you cut your way out. Yes, now that you mention it, that's right. But if I cut myself out first... Your Honor... Yep, the people ask that the defense do their testimony coaching before the trial begins from now on. Bro has been through a lot. Let him be, Eva. Jesus. As it stands, this has been a colossal waste of time. Yeah, I mean, this detail probably isn't important, right? It's very important, Your Honor. If he used the blade to cut himself free from his bindings, that means Sasuke couldn't have gotten free. Until someone handed him a blade. Meaning that the people's theory of a daring escape mid-interrogation is... Uh-oh. Is doing just fine. Thank you for asking. None of us in the court here today seriously believe this man or his memory can be taken as the truth. Then forget him and just look at the bindings. They're hard physical evidence, so they have to have been cut by something sharp. What do we know that fits that description? think it was Yoru? His captors kept him bound in that room for most of the night, then cut him from his bindings with the sword to bring him into the main room for questioning, where he turned the tables on them before slaughtering them all. Badass. Okay, 80. Well, counselor, are we done here? Could the katana have been used to cut those bindings? Looking at the actual bindings themselves, I might do that myself, actually, because... It's like... I'm trying to think of everything we've had so far regarding the, regarding where the sword has been, you know? Maybe I should be looking at the sword also, just in case. It's like could it have been in that room with them also, I suppose. I guess... No, right? Because we know that... Thank you, car. Because we know that Freak had it the whole time, right? So like they wouldn't, or I guess there was no one way or the other if they were... It could have been the sword. It couldn't have been the sword. I mean, also, I mean, that's really unwieldy for that, right? Like, if he was tied up like the way he was, he wouldn't have been able to reach for it normally. And if it was put in his hands, because he was... Sorry, I'm like doing this IRL now. Because he was tied up like with his hands above him, right? That's what they said. So he wouldn't have been able to navigate a big ass sword like that? I don't know. I'm gonna try. Of course it wasn't the sword that cut those bindings. What do you mean? Hell yeah. The problem lies with the DNA. It is, I guess, also that too. There is that too. I'm thinking like a different path, but I guess you know, we get there in the end. Your Honor, if we could please draw the court's attention to the forensic analysis of the bindings. You'll notice your client's blood, obviously. Yes, obviously. But upon but upon closer inspection, you'll also see that blood from Miller was found as well. The poncho guy? Who was stabbed in the throat, as the court may recall. By your client's sword, as is no doubt still fresh in the jury's memory. Well, how can that be, Your Honor? You mean? Is it not sharp enough? What a piece of... How could Miller's blood have ended up on the bindings that kept my client from leaving the room in which he was held? Unless Miller was killed before my client was ever cut free. Sorry, I need this. It's funny sprite. That's kind of a big deal, isn't it? I thought so, at least. What? Shut the fuck up, crowd. Let's actually, I am gonna no. You know what? Let me snooze this ad, and we'll do this little bit first. You thought wrong, counselor. It's true that the katana has blood from Miller's stabbing on it, and I'll admit that it's surprising to see his blood on your client's bindings. Miller's autopsy shows he has no wounds besides the fatal puncture in his neck. So the bindings on my client had to have been intact at the time Miller died. But those bindings didn't need to be cut before your client could kill him. What? If your client's wrists were left bound for questioning, he could have stolen the gun, killed Tanks and Greek, then picked up his sword, as he just stated in his testimony, and set to work. You think my client was drugged and beaten before killing 4 men with his wrists bound? Hardly impossible for a man with his talents. And there's no other explanation for why he would cut his bindings with a sword that, as you insist, must have already been used to kill Miller.
No other explanation. Not even if you use something else to break out of confinement. Is it time? I guess they do want us to do that. Huh. Okay. What if my client had simply used this to break out? What the hell is that?
Way overcooked from what I can tell.
I'll just go in. I guess I'll just. Nah, I shouldn't do that. I might have wasted the snooze, but it's fine. Let's take our break now. Because I wanted to get that done, but that ended up being way easier to parse than I was expecting. Okay. So let me do that. I'll just leave it there. Okay. So we'll take our break. We'll keep going. I'm genuinely curious if I'm on like the final stretch. I don't know. I'm so interested. I'm like, oh god, are we actually like, knowing how a lot of these games go, are we actually like hitting the final stretch? So I want to keep going. Obviously, I guess if someone like knows who's played this and is just kind of watching, I wouldn't mind if you know like, oh, you're like rough amount of X amount of hours out or something like that. But I mean, I wouldn't be against finishing it tonight. So okay, but anyway, take care of yourselves. Food, water, meds, church, bathroom, and we'll be right back. Keep going. Oh yeah, I should have already been looking for a song. Oops. Yeah, you know what? I was holding off on it, but let's do it now. Okay, be right back. Okay, good to know. Also, welcome in, Jules. I hope you're doing well. But also good to know. So maybe we just kind of, we'll just go at least a somewhat longer. And because I probably shouldn't go too much longer. I do need to eat soon. And you know, just kind of hang out. Oh, okay. But yeah, good to know. We'll just keep going for a little bit more and see where we end up. Thank you for the call on that. Okay. Let's do it. Way overcooked from what I can tell. It's a murder weapon, Your Honor. One recovered from the scene of the crime. That knife. Yes, that's what I grasped when I first woke up. That's impossible. What she said. There's nothing about a knife found seared to perfection in the ARC's data. Is it overcooked or seared to perfection? This knife was not found inside the building, Your Honor. I retrieved it from the alley immediately beside it. Your android did? Need her to submit video evidence of the entire afternoon to verify it. Doubting Thomas. It's not the android I have trouble taking at her word, counselor. What forensics have been performed on it? There are no fingerprints remaining, and the DNA present in the blood is too damaged to be of use. But I have identified at least 2 different blood typings. A, B-, and B-, Your Honor. Your Honor, the people are of course interested in forensic analysis of any evidence that seems pertinent to the crime at hand. But this was retrieved from an alleyway dumpster. A soot-filled drum near an alleyway dumpster. Oh, baby. From an alley in the lower wards. Without strong evidence linking it to the crime, I see no reason to entertain the idea that this is some kind of 4th murder weapon. 3rd murder weapon. What? The bad was post-mortem. The point still stands. God damn it. Well, how about it, Morgie? Any link between this totally not suspicious fire-broiled knife and our crime? Or should we just throw it back in the garbage? Again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Wait, was that? Oh, again, it was a soot-filled drum by the garbage. Of course I have more to go on than mere proximity, Your Honor. I have proof right here that this knife was what Suzuki used to cut himself free. I do? Okay. They said, I guess they did say the cut, the little cut, so. Right, let me. Because it was a little cut on his left hand, that's what they said. So, I think it's just that. Wow. Just taking another look at that. Your client's medical intake record? Little late to still be jumping up sympathy, but if there are shirtless photos in the file, I suppose I have a duty. Okay, calm down. There are. What? I did not remove my shirt for... If I may, please direct the court's attention. One specific item. That's how we win. We get the court horny, and they have to support him. Slight laceration found on left hand. What do you mean slight? Like a paper cut? More like a cutting board accident. Neither paints a very gallant picture. But if he had a cut on his finger when he was first arrested, then it must have been sustained around the time of his escape. Like when he was using a knife to cut himself out of bindings while blindfolded. Yeah, that makes sense. Even a master swordsman can nick himself on his blade every now and then. His katana was found with a lot of blood on it, yes, but none of his own. Adonite is correct. Yoru was thoroughly tested and found to have blood residue matching Miller, Trey, and Officer Chopin, but not one drop of Sasuke's. Meanwhile, we have a knife right here, ready to be submitted into evidence and studied under every microscope the state can find. That just so happens to have Suzuki's exact blood type on the tip. AB-, that blood type.
Doesn't match anyone in this case's full file except for Suzuki. What? I do blood type fortune telling. Thanks. So I have a hobby. Shoot me. 2 shots right to the base of my skull. Counselor Morgan, perhaps you just like, letting her yap. Hell yeah. Perhaps you might grace us all with your formal request. I call for this knife to be submitted into the record and forensically analyzed as quickly and thoroughly as possible, because I believe it is the murder weapon that actually ended Miller's life. A knife to the neck, or a knife to the neck, would be much easier to pull out than using the very tip of a sword. I hypothesize. Nice recovery. Perfect ukemi. Oh no. In other words, then, you're asking for the medical examiner to reevaluate whether this knife might be a better fit for the wound in Miller's neck? Yeah. Did you just repeat what she said, but slightly rephrased? A conversational tact to suppress metal get. It's worth repeating, Your Honor. What the fuck, AD? What the hell? Why? I love that she has no basis to bring up any of these. This is so good. Because the people understand the full weight of what this knife implies. It can overturn this entire case in an instant, depending on what Seto finds. Emma's repeating what I said because she's stunned. I just flashed her my hand, and it was 1 card away from a full house. The people have no objections, Your Honor. This trial requires that we fully examine this new piece of evidence. Cool! So, does someone have her number? Is there a group chat room for everyone who works for the government, or... Dr. Sato is already on her way. So there is a group chat, and I'm not in it. Damn. I'd let AD in the group chat. I'd let AD in the Discord. Speaking of. She'll begin the cross-examination as soon as she arrives. Guess we'll just slack off until she's done then. It occurs to me, Your Honor, that we got to thoroughly examine why this possibly critical piece of evidence was not found during the police's investigation. The investigation and preservation of this crime scene was a joint effort between the police and Zionist security. And perhaps our next witness can shine a light on the source of this deficiency. Is it Han now? Oh, yeah, it is. Adelaide Hahn, site member at Zionist Security. I served as supervisor, oh god, for the scene of the crime in case that. Wow! Can I call you lady? Nah, babe, but what should I call you, though? Well, you can keep calling me babe, or... You address the adjutant as Your Honor. Awfully cold name for such a hot... Why are we flirting? Thank you, Emma. Why the hell wasn't this knife found sooner? Well, I hate to throw a business partner under the bus, but we had Zionist security maintain the perimeters and stand watch over secured scenes. It's the cops who do the searching and flagging. You'd have to ask them why they didn't go dumpster diving. It was a drum. The police aren't your business partners, though, are they? I don't understand the question, Your Highness. Zionist Security is a cell corporation owned by FIC Holdings, an offshore rebranding and effective pseudonym for Kim Acquisitions. I see. AKA the heart of the criminal organization operating in the lower wards that is commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia. If you say so. Sounds like it's above my pay grade. Permission to treat the witness as hostile. Can I get popcorn first? Oh my god. Do you know why the state cooperates with the Blue Blood sadistic degree? Why you're allowed to run your businesses and manage your petty fiefdoms? Petty fiefdoms? How about this? It's a free country and we're loyal capitalist tax-paying entrepreneurs? You got your own explanation? Because you're insignificant. Oh shit. Emma. Neither you nor your organization are on trial here today. That's not a favor, and it's not a show of respect.
It's just reality. The state is slow to shift its priorities. You aren't the focus of this investigation. But if you impede this trial's progress by dodging questions and playing stupid, you'll find that the shift states its attention to your neck very fast. Jesus Christ, Emma. Wow. You got questions for me then? Why wasn't the alley searched? Because the police found all the murder weapons within minutes. No rational person walked into that bloodbath and thought, gee, I wonder if there's a knife buried under a pile of ash in the alley downstairs. Your witness, counselor. My turn. My turn! If my hunch is right, it'll be critical that I gather as much information as possible about the scene of the crime and the ways in which it changed after I left. When did scientist security first arrive on the premises, ma'am? Midnight? About 2 hours after my client was arrested. You're sure? Checked my messages and saw the time right on my phone when we got there. You were there yourself. Trouble with being a site supervisor, you gotta stay on site. A lot of naps and parked cars. I'll not slip a few details about the building setup when we first met. Time to get it all out on the record. Right. So I feel like the weather doesn't make any sense. The security is probably the best way to go, because that was what we were talking about before. Do you know who owns the building that these crimes took place in? I don't. Do you know who installed the security features on location? It was Sinus. Must have gotten hired by someone. Not my department. But you recognized some of the handiwork. The front door was Sinus. The individual vault room locks too. That front door was locked when officers arrived. They had to shoot it open. Shouldn't your security systems recognize officers of the law? Our doors use physical locks. A lot of folks in the lower wards don't trust a fob scanner that can be hacked. Physical locks can be bypassed too. Sure, but at least that takes time. I mean, I don't see why that isn't a... I don't see why that would hurt us, I guess, to ask. Is there any way to unlock that front door without its key? I mean, you could use a spare, right? Is there any way to lock that front door without its key? Yeah, but the technique's real complicated. You walk out and let it shut behind you. That door is designed to lock behind you automatically. It's a selling point for a building designed to be secure. Okay. Alley. That knife was found in the alley only yesterday, even though the police should have searched there. Yep, seems like not everyone did their job. Did you do yours? Was the alley monitored around the clock? It was. Any disturbances to the scene in the alley? No, none. I mean, I don't think there's anything else. Wait, hold on. Go back. Go back. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else, right? We just have to go forward. So there was no opportunity for someone to plant that knife there after the crime occurred. Not even a blue blood. There were cops coming and going all over. Why don't you ask them if we went around planting evidence? We did our damn job. Okay, never mind. All right, fair enough. Accusing a witness of correct. I don't know. Okay. What does this matter? It was a warm night, I'll bet. Oh, is this about the windows? Okay, if it's about the windows, I'm a little like, why did you ask it like that then? Why'd you present it to me like the weather? What? If that's the case. Not exactly great, small talk. Relevance, Your Honor. I was trying to be polite, but if you insist. Were the windows open in the building when you arrived? Yeah, okay, wait. I don't think you should... I don't know. I feel weird about it being displayed as the weather. Because that feels so irrelevant. Like, I get why we're going down this path, but I'm like... okay, whatever. There's a lot of windows. Not sure. The crime scene in the room directly below it. Were their windows open? Yes, those windows were open when scientists arrived. Strange. Didn't it rain last night? That drizzle was over before 9 p.m. And even if it had been a downpour, it's not a crime to risk getting your windowsills wet. Alright, so the building wasn't completely sealed by the time you got there. No. Thank you. That was a very enlightening conversation. But it raises just one question. Whoever could have gotten inside the building before Choppin and Rogers? Okay, well, we still made it. I'll take it.
The hell are you talking about? Your Honor, perhaps Counselor Morgan might narrow down her absurd, attention-grabbing claim first, so that the people can properly eviscerate it? Yeah, what she said! Someone got into the building before Chopin and Rogers did. That's become obvious. What are you talking about? The only way into that building was through the front door. Chopin had to shoot it down. Are you suggesting that he didn't even try turning the handle first? I want to check something because I know that actually has been called into question. Not that. Has been called into question before. Well, I mean, we don't know for sure, either one way or the other. Let me read that again. This is weird because it doesn't super feel like there's anything one way or the other, because we don't really have any proof one way or the well. I mean, there is okay. There is the fact. I'm gonna try and think this through. There's the fact that regardless of what was shut and what wasn't, the buzzer thing probably could have gone out anyway. I think that's kind of how they were implying it. So if you can paint sort of a picture where Chopin like was aware of it and had to save face by shooting at the door. Regardless of whether it was locked or not. Just like in the previous testimony with the cop's buddy, that it could have been saving face by acting like there was some signal to go off of. I hope that makes sense. I think it makes sense in my head. I guess fuck, that still doesn't really help me pick. I'm just gonna let me go up a second. Actually, also I'm gonna try it, but I would not be surprised if I if I lose chips for this. That front door wasn't locked at all. That's not even possible. The witness just testified that the door locks automatically. Okay. I mean, that's not wrong. Fine. Yes, what I meant to say is that the front door was properly locked all night. Yes, it was, but in that case, if we know that the front door was locked all night, and we know that the master keys was found on Creek's body on the 3rd floor, then where do I even... What the hell are you trying to say anyway? Just that they used a spare key. Oh, a spare key. How convenient. But completely unfounded. The witness just testified that a spare key is the only other way in. But there's no proof that a spare key even exists. Probably not, no. Probably. So how about I show the courtroom where it was hidden instead? Actually, that's not a bad point. That might just be why it was moved. Yeah, because because it wouldn't be that. Because, well, are they implying it got burned? I'm gonna like These are really hard for me. I don't know. This set of questions is not clicking as easily for me. All of a sudden.
It's definitely one of these two. I'm trying to think. Thank you, Howie. I should do that really quick. And stretch. You right. I hope you're doing well. Home safe. Hell yeah. I am glad you are home safe. Good, good. Because well, this is probably the more likely thing, right? I'm still gonna, like, lowball it. I'm going to ignore that comment, and besides, there wasn't a spare key in the dumpster. It must have been underneath it. Okay, cool. What? Is that true? Hey, don't look at me. I have no idea what she's talking about. That dumpster has clearly been moved, as indicated by the markings left behind from dirty rain in the lower wards. We can all see those marks, counselor. But it could have been moved at any point after the last time it rained down there. The witness just testified that the last time it rained was 9 p.m. on the night of the murder. So what? Your claim is that a spare key to the front door was left underneath the dumpster? Not so dissimilar from leaving a spare key under a potted plant. Or a setting stone, or a biwa statue. This isn't anything like either of those examples. That dumpster is massive, and its wheels are long gone. Correct. So if anyone had moved it after police arrived, the cops definitely would have heard it. If it was moved after the rain stopped and before Chopin and Rogers got there, so that narrows it down to sometime between 9 and 10 p.m. And of course, someone would only bother to move a dumpster that heavy if they knew what they'd find underneath it. Someone like... I'm gonna keep Min doing it, Min, because I'm a little... Chopin? You think he moved the dumpster to get to the spare key? Why not? He was probably a smart guy. Oh, okay. Look, it could still be whatever. All right. Well, then it okay. Screw me for trying to spare me. No, I'm just kidding. It had to be Han, of course. Counselor? As a known associate of the Blue Blood Mafia and an employee of the security company who installed the front door at the crime scene, she'd have known exactly where to find a spare key. That dumpster also happens to be incredibly heavy, but I don't believe this witness's mod documentation has been submitted to the court. That's true. There might be... her arm mods might be strunk. Could you estimate for us your approximate lifting strength? You lift with your back, not your arms, lady. Pushing strength, then. Me? I couldn't push over a flower. Fact is, you're just bullshitting. There's no proof for any of what you just said. We could check for your fingerprints on the front door. You'll find them because I've used it plenty of times. It's my job. We could check for fingerprints on the dumpster. The thing's filthy. You get nothing but partials from a bunch of unlisted and addicts and whoever else stumbling around in that alley. Would we? Don't know. But after you do, I might just recall how I nearly puked when I saw that crime scene. And how I might have stepped out into that alley to catch my breath. Would you believe I rested my hands on that dumpster then? Shit. This line of questioning is unproductive, Your Honor. Counselor Morgan cannot substantiate her theory because the fact is, there's nothing strange about Han's prints being on any centimeter of that building. Not when she spent nearly 2 full days patrolling it. True. Fingerprints won't be enough. I need something more impactful. And I've got just the thing. What? Han was there that night. She was there before the police ever were. And she was there long before scientists showed up at midnight. And I can prove it right now. How? Exactly. What? I'm going to prove how she got there before the police did. Okay, yeah, the little beep beep beep. What the hell was that? Adonai, did you really have to do that again? What is happening right now? This is a simple whistle. Every time I press it... Stop bullying her. Every ad in the courtroom picks up a rather nasty frequency, as does any phone with the proper receiver app installed. So, should the witness be excused so she can answer her phone, Your Honor? You brought that shit into the courtroom? Where exactly was this whistle found? At the scene of the crime, of course. Near where Creek's body lay. Police must have disregarded it as a keychain or toy. Didn't anyone else ever teach them that when you find a button, you should press it? That's the exact opposite of what you should do at a crime scene. Fair. Real. Yesterday, Dr. Sato testified that Creek was alive for several minutes after being shot. If he pressed the whistle even once in that time, the witness's phone would have started getting alerts, as I've demonstrated to the court just now. Anything to say for yourself, Miss Han? Did someone install the app on your phone as a prank? Its reception has a limited range. The lower wards is a tight-knit, high-density community. How far could you have been? Far. I wasn't in the area that night. It doesn't matter what range she was at, Your Honor. The defense claims that Han entered the building with some kind of spare key, letting the front door lock behind her to block Chopin and Rogers. But those two officers did enter after they shot the lock, at which point they didn't run into the witness. Creek was shot at around 9:45 p.m. Considering the time it would have taken Han to arrive and retrieve the spare key, she would have only been a few steps ahead of Chopin and Rogers. After coming so far with your brilliant spare key deduction, are you now going to claim that she simply ran away? No, at that point she would have had to hide. And that... Wait. Because there are actually... I actually completely forgot about the vault, honestly. But I do want to check something real quick. Because we know... God damn. This is hard. This is like spicy now. Jesus. Because I was like, okay, there was some additional noises that we need to account for a little bit. So... My knife. But it's not here. So, can I say that? Because it's like, okay, technically she could have hidden it in the... Well, no, I guess because that could have also just been... I don't know, I'm trying to think, because like the bang that they heard... Because it was... What was it? It was a bang and then a... And then a thump, right? But there wasn't... But like the last guy... But Chopin wasn't killed with a gun. So, I'm like... That has to have been the dumpster, right? Because we know it makes a big noise. Or... But then there is this, too. The fact that, like... She's the only one who could... I think I just... Not this time. Okay. Detective London's testimony established the possibility. Remember what the good Detective London testified earlier? Rogers had already apprehended the suspect, so we focused on securing the area. Sunshine and I cleared the first floor. All the rooms were empty, but one was unlocked. Can you teach me how to speak brackets out loud later? Okay. Two police detectives have sworn that one vault on the first floor was found unlocked. Unlocked, perhaps, by a spare master key. Well, is that some kind of big deal? Your Honor, what Counselor Morgan is proposing would put the witness behind Officers Chopin and Rogers as they proceeded upstairs. Not a bad place to be, if you want to do some backstabbing.
You've got to be shitting me. That's some creative geometry you're employing, counselor. Imagining the witness is somehow getting positioned behind Tarek Chopin, yet somehow remaining invisible to the eyes of Officer Rogers. Ugh, that's non-Euclidean crime scene recreation. Very novel. Your insults sounded really smart, so I'm inclined to agree. Okay, thanks. I thought I had something, but when I tried to put the cards on the table, how could one have gotten behind Chopin at the 3rd floor? Was Rogers distracted at the window, maybe? Or... Wrong question. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to work backwards at this point. I shouldn't ask what Han could have done to get into a position where she was able to kill Chopin. I should first ask what Han would have done to serve her own interests. Your Honor, there's some testimony I'd like the court to hear once more. If you could access the stenography protocol... The what? Protocol? Was I supposed to be taking minutes for this meeting? I can recall any testimony you want me to review, hadn't I? If Han won't self-incriminate, the only testimony that could give me a clue as to her actions would be... Okay. Probably Rogers? I'll look really quick. Do I have Rogers' testimony in here? I don't actually know. URS. No. Okay. No. Probably. Actually, let me make sure I'm thinking of the right person first before I do that. Should be Rogers, right? Yeah. Besides Rogers' testimony from yesterday, start from after they entered the building. What are you fishing for? We heard a loud slam. Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. That's it. The sound Rogers heard from the alley, the one that made Chopin want to form a pincer. That must have been when Han... The sound of the officers heard was that of someone fleeing the scene, out the window, down the fire escape, and onto the dumpster. It's a bit of a drop. Even a dainty suspect would make quite the racket using the dumpster lid to break their fall. Your Honor, even if we have to entertain this set of conjecture, might we at least ask for proof that it ends somewhat impactful? I hear ya. Counselor Morgan, take this one seriously. You're telling me that? What exactly are you accusing this witness of? Are you prepared to accuse Han of having murdered Tarek Chopin? Shit. I think we are, right? Because we're kind of at that point, right? I think so. Obviously I am. Counselor, you... I'm joking. Oh, fuck off with that one. If my theory's right, then it was the sound of the Han fleeing the scene that caused the cops to split up. In other words, at the time she left, Chopin was still alive. She's been uncooperative and has lied on this witness stand, but Miss Han didn't kill anyone. I don't know. What they do? Okay, whatever. Ugh, that was anticlimactic. I mean, perjury? Who cares? Real. Not real, but... Perhaps now, Your Honor, the court can get back on track and bring this witness's testimony to a close. And considering the fact that she may very well have perjured herself, I think it might be a better use of the court's time if we cleared the room for the remainder of this witness's testimony. No objections, Your Honor. Okie dokie. Bailiffs, cleared the gallery and removed the defendant to a holding room. Oh, fuck off. Y'all have been rowdy this entire time. Y'all shouldn't be in here at all. Hey, tag along, would you? With Suzuki? And let someone with a concussion fall asleep, right? I am certainly not still concussed at this point. See, he's delirious. Trust me.
Very well, Adonai. Good luck. See, he's hilarious. Silly. Place empties out faster than I thought. No gallery, no jewelry live feed, no bells and whistles. You just give your testimony to the defense, the people, and moi. Then, when you're done, I get to watch them argue over whether or not I should add it to the record. Oh, you think I got something contentious to say? Sorry, but it's just gonna be more the cold shoulder. What I think is that you're scared. The hell? What? Who? You? An audience. What, the pigs? You think I give a shit what any of them thinks, says, does? Even if any one of them might leak what you say back to the old guard. What's an old guard? The ruling faction among the Blue Bloods, who use young bloods like this witness as their cannon fodder. Okay, so Emma does know all this, okay.
Where'd you learn all that? You binge a late dine special?
Knowing Emma, she just learned all this from. Matter of fact, I did. What? Okay. Old guard knows where my loyalties lie. I'm no snitch. So now there's someone to snitch on. I don't help state prosecutors, and I definitely don't help Ikarian lawyers. The court's already emptied out. We can sit here in silence if you like. 15 minutes of nothing, and then you walk out. But when you do, someone's gonna make assumptions about what went on in here. Telling me I'm screwed if I do, screwed if I don't exactly got me feeling. Sasuke didn't kill Creek. Maybe you don't care if an Ikarian dog goes down for a crime he didn't commit, but how do you feel about the person who did put that hole in Creek's chest, toasting to the news of the verdict? Screw this. 9:47 p.m. Night of the murders. I got the alarm on my phone. Knew it was Creek because the whistles all have specific frequencies. Gotta set them into your device if you want to listen for them. Creek had nerves like ice. Strong bluffer. Wouldn't press that button unless he absolutely had to. He ran. Was fastest that way on foot. Usually is in the lower wards. Knew where the spare key was. Helped set up the whole damn place. Doors, keys, soundproofing. Stepped inside and I just gotten my phone light out when those two idiot cops came up. Reds and blues, but no siren. Trying to be some kind of movie shit. Thought they were gonna shoot me. And I heard chopping getting ready to break the lock, and I knew they were gonna shoot me. Used the spare key on the nearest vault, dipped inside, and prayed they would just head straight upstairs. Lucky for me, they did. We followed after them. At a distance, but yeah. Saw their boots on stairs, their shoulders around corners. They split on the second floor. When I went upstairs, he was quiet, except for that squeak on the fourth step. Creek used to joke that was a valuable security feature. They separated on the second floor without any prompting. Other one was stomping around the second floor, so I was able to keep my distance. Always knew exactly where that one was. Then one shut it down. He shouted, saying that everyone was dead. That must have been Choppin, just before Sasuke snuck up on him. I liked Creek. His boys were alright too, but I did not want to join them in Red Hood's company, so I didn't risk sticking around a second longer. I opened that window on the second floor and jumped for the ground. I was willing to hurt my knees, fall on my ass if I had to, but I ended up smacking the dumpster instead. The guy on the second floor shouted after me, "They're in the alley!" I heard windows slide open above me, footsteps on the fire escape, but my knees had never stopped shaking and the fog was with me. They never saw me. You're saying you never even set foot on the third floor? Not until I came back hours later as a scientist rep, nah. Where's the spare key now? Bottom of the bay at the moment. Hell of a throwing arm, as you can see. Ain't gonna help you go snorkel around for it if that's what you're asking. Well then, people thank you for your testimony. You've cleared up a number of oddities surrounding this case, though none of the answers you provided here change the fundamental facts of what the defendant is accused of. Not quite. She was an in and out counselor, didn't even set foot upstairs. I know. Not until she came back to secure the scene, right? Out with it, counselor. There's no need for theatrics without the jury or gallery here. I'm still here. I do appreciate the witness being so forthcoming about her first visit to the scene. Now I just need her to explain why she started covering up evidence when she returned. What are you talking about? This is the red ink, right? Or no, this. Yeah. Oh, wait. I'm just gonna fuck it. Okay, good. Why go to such effort to hide one small scrap of paper? What is that? More trash? Seriously? That's exactly what it is. Trash. Garbage. Some idiot knocked over a trash can on the second floor. It's a big building. This stuff happens. Still don't want to answer. That's okay. I will. You covered up that scrap of paper because it implicates you as an accomplice. Didn't see that coming. Because it's nonsensical, Your Honor. Counselor, you've just got done explaining how Han arrived after the pod was killed and left before Choplin died. Not an accomplice to murder, just the mafia equivalent of leaking government secrets. Even though the papers were almost entirely illegible, it only took 4 characters for the P492 plan to blow up in our court yesterday. Years of blue blood planning all down the drain because Creek was reading something he shouldn't have when he died. But if he shouldn't have had it in the first place, one has to wonder where he might have gotten it. Because of that goddamn watermark. Identical to the one on your business card. Scientist security? You leaked the red ink? Creek never asked nobody for nothing. Dumbass was a giver. Gave money, food, blood, more than any of us. Enough that the weaker ones wouldn't have to get stuck. A guy like that came to a two-faced con hostess like me and asked for help. That red ink is radioactive. If anyone caught with it, why would he ask you for it? Old guard knew Creek was charismatic, brave, smart, everything they feared in a young blood. They also knew Creek made them too much money for them to just off. So the old guard decided to wear us down instead. More jobs than any other crew, more responsibilities, less downtime, no sleep, keep them too tired to have time to rebel, then wait for them to screw up, so you can make an example of them when they do. Managers would do the same thing when a host got too full of themselves. Started thinking they were the ones bringing in the money. They were the ones who should keep it. Just put them on the grind. Grind into dust. One old bastard had them trying to grab that Ikaria kid or whatever. At the same time, another expected them to do some kind of arms handoff to a big shot. I wonder where that was. At least that was the rumor. Look, point is, Creek knew they had a target on their back already. So they wanted some kind of deterrent. They could have dropped that red ink into any inbox in town like a tactical nuke if they had to. But maybe that's why they fired their missiles first. You think the old guard killed Creek? I don't think it was that pretty boy Hound nursing those broken bones. Did he off the chopping guy, though? I mean, I'd kill a stuck-up spoiled prick like that for no motive, so... Did that answer your question, counselor? Not the most burning one. When did the scrap of paper arrive on the second floor? Wasn't there when I ran out of that window. It was dark and you were panicked. How could you even have noticed? Paper's white. You had seen it. Would you have taken it? You kidding? Yeah, of course I would have taken it. Would have eaten the damn paper to make sure. Why didn't you simply eat the damn paper later when you did see it? Removing an item from an ARC scan building would set off any number of red flags. And the first thing that would happen is they'd wind the clock back to see what it was. That's what I did. Looked back to see how the hell I missed it, but the damn thing was in every pick the ARCs had, right from the beginning. Knocking over trash to hide it was the best I could do. Low reward survival tactics, hide in numbers. If this scrap wasn't on the second floor when you left, but it was on the ARCs from the start, that means Reyes' body cam saw it by the second floor windowsill. The one that had connected to the fire escape. Your Honor, I believe we're done with this witness. Even though all we've managed to establish is that... Uh-oh. That someone went from the third floor to the second floor without taking the stairwell. Someone circled around. You got all that from one paper? Am I stupid? Oh, AD, baby. Just because those papers originated on the third floor, that scrap was found by the windowsill, someone could have taken the fire escape? Exactly. Could have. Someone could have. But obviously they didn't, because then they would have run right into Dr. Sato. What? He is just a gamer at heart. Hi, Doc. How are you? I hope you're doing well. She has some evidence or DNA or whatever.
Maybe even an updated autopsy report if you even care. God. Okay, thank you for the thank you for doing the thing. Thank you for the there it is. There it is. There's the reference. Got it. God damn it. uh Jesus. She is doing that, yeah. Should we let her in? Your Honor, you're the one overseeing the trial, so I can cry if I want to. Open her up and kick the flirt out. Hey, Miss Morgan, that Icarian dog didn't kill Creek's pod. No, he didn't. Gonna find out who did? Not your job, huh? Guess I deserve that. Finding Creek's killer is not technically my job either, hon. If they're brought before me, I can promise I won't hold anything back. Appreciate the sentiment, but I'm not gonna hold my breath. And I won't tell any of the other young bloods to hold theirs. Okay. I do think this is where we start. This is probably a good spot. Because I'm kind of feeling the hunger. You could kind of tell I was fucking up the words a little bit. So I do think this is where we start wrapping up for now. I can't believe we're going out on a fucking updated autopsy report meme or reference. But so be it. Incredible. That was fun though today. A lot of cool shit for sure. And getting both investigating and court stuff. Very happy about that. God damn though, this chapter really is like super long. It's kind of crazy, but I love it. I love how many twists and turns there are. The hunger. I'm hungry. I need to eat. Meow. No, yeah. But yeah, no. I had a great time. There's so I don't know. I say this every time, but it's always true. Every session of this has just been insane twists and turns. It's been so fucking cool. Like, especially now, I don't know. This is getting weaved into so many ways, and it's also really nice watching like Sarah kind of take an emotional stance to like having an emotional take on a lot of the shit going on, because sometimes you don't get that, or it's harder to get that. So it is neat having Sarah do that, even if it doesn't like amount to much in the overall like path of the court case. I think it's still really nice to see it, and especially when it is like a complicated ass like mafia thing. It's like, oh god, there's so much going on here. Rawr. Jesus. But yeah, no, it's awesome. I it's still wonderful as always. I know, I love it so much. I've been so happy to play it. I guess also I can mention that I have it in the thing, but I still should make sure to say thank you Nth Circle for gifting the copy of this episode, because it's so good. And oh god, I could play it. It's so wonderful. Okay. Yeah, let me start wrapping up. We'll raid out, but I'll do my kind of, it's a Sunday, so I got to do my my weekly kind of what's coming next week kind of thing. Let me pick a song to start playing. That's a good one. Okay. So thank y'all for coming. It was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun reading, voicing as usual. Great time, everybody. Also, just in general, it's been a really nice week. Thank y'all very much for hanging out. Thank you for watching and lurking and chatting. Love y'all very much. My lesson of the stream today is going to be insert memes wherever you can, because you will get my heart if you are doing if of all memes you're getting, you missed that one. Try another. I can't believe that was in there. Thank you. Very good. Insert lesson. The lesson of the stream is insert lesson here. Real. It's so fun. I love this. This game is so fun. I've loved it very much. And this whole week has been wonderful. Doing stuff with awesome soap
Soapy. And then our Pokemon Fool's Gold success in the Elite Four. Thank you for following, Jules, Comrade Jules. Thank you. I appreciate it. Welcome to the concert. Also, I guess that's a goal. Hell yeah, a goal met. That's kind of cool. That's kind of neat. Thank you. I appreciate it. Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do this, and I'll kind of speak to next week, all that stuff. Okay. This next week is weird, cause there's a few specific events going on, and also okay, well, the next couple of weeks there's a few specific events going on. So Wednesday is just Wednesday is my stream anniversary. So we are streaming then, and it is going to be my usual for my anniversary. My tradition now of Celeste, just playing through the story, and just hanging out together and enjoying one of my favorite games and my first game that I streamed ever. So that is hard set for Wednesday. There is also other scheduled things I'm trying to keep account of, because Friday I want to make sure to be open, because it's also Soapy's stream anniversary on that Friday, so I want to be there for that, I just want to do that. I don't really want to stream during it. I'd rather point people to her. So I'm not gonna stream on Friday, and then Saturday to the next Sunday. So basically, for a full week after that, after this next coming week, I'm gone. I am on a week-long adventure of joy and whimsy or something. So it's going to be a weird week. I'm only probably going to do 2 streams, and they're probably going to be... Wednesday's definitely Celeste for anniversary, and then I'm trying to decide either Tuesday or Thursday to do another game. Considering where we're at of the Devil, it's probably going to be that, because I don't really want to leave it if I can help it. Though it sucks because I also want to start Live Alive next week. So let's say there's a stream anniversary, and then we're floating with the ideas of either between Live Alive and Of the Devil still. I'm gonna just say that. And my schedule will be out this week on Blue Sky and Discord and website. So there you go. That's pretty much it. I don't think I have any other logistics, so just come hang out. I'll be back next week. Stream anniversary. I hope y'all can make it. Those have been wonderful times. For sure. I think that's it. Okay, and today we are going to, and then I had to set up a raid, all that stuff. So we're gonna go see El Supa. What is it? What is it playing? Oh, Clover Pit, that Gamba game. I see. Yeah, we'll go say hello to Soup. Soup's really awesome. He's very cool. So y'all should go say hello. For sure. Let me think for sure if I have anything else. I don't think so. Just thank y'all for a wonderful week. It's been a lot of fun hanging out for follows and raids and chats and lurks and all that stuff. Thanks for watching. I appreciate y'all very much, as always. Especially recently, it's definitely been a wonderful... I won't go super into it because we have Wednesday for that, but just it's been a wonderful... Especially recently, it's been really a very nice time streaming, so and I appreciate all of y'all for that as well. Yeah, I'm just enjoying doing it. I appreciate y'all hanging around and adding to that enjoyment. So that's all. Okay. I'm up. Let's skip a little bit. No. I'll just pick something myself. That's a good one. Okay. We're gonna raid out with this one. So, I'll see y'all this week. Love y'all very much. Bye.